even use it for that most of the time. I just try to make sure my dwarves don't get stuck in trees. Easier, yes, but I do think like I'm a fan of friction in games a lot of the time, and while on paper, sure, I would agree with you that there are lots of things in this game that are easier when you're letting third-party scripts do it for you. I think in some cases it does kind of ruin the spirit of the game, but that's just my opinion. So do I recommend it? Maybe, if you feel that you need it. There's also some issues that people cause with DF hack. I actually pointed one out the other week. Okay, got another gremlin catcher up and running. It's a tool for power players, basically, is how I think of it. But I personally don't use it until I feel that I really need it. Just gonna wait until everybody's through here. But I disagree with people who say that it's like necessary, because I think that's just a bit of an exaggeration. Although it might be worth noting that that's not the most popular of opinion. No, it's not, Elfie. Not really. It's more like using cheat engine in Grand Theft Auto. Or that's more like using cheat engine in Grand Theft Auto. This is like enabling... Using DF hack is like enabling dev tools in RimWorld. It's like, can you make some things quicker? Yeah, absolutely. Can you fix some problems quickly? Yeah, absolutely. Does it make the game better? Not really. But you can zap a pawn you don't like with a lightning bolt. Maybe that's better. Sure, there's some similarities to creative mode in Minecraft too. It's not necessarily a one-to-one though. I mean, hey, that's you. But here's the thing. I'm gonna stand by what I said. We're in an ad break, so I'm gonna try and keep the game paused. Just trying to designate stuff. If you're learning the game and you don't know what it's doing, don't use it. If you know what it's actually doing and how it's changing the game and what it's affecting, and you want to use it, I recommend it. But get to the point where you can play the game first, so you know what it's adding. That's my only actual recommendation, because you'll make it harder to enjoy. You will run into frustrations with the base game if you learn the game with DF hack. Also, just gonna check something real quick. I don't agree that that's tedious at all. If you think that clicking a few things in a list is tedious, then back a Gundam, I can't help you. Also, when somebody in my chat these days pops in and asks if I recommend DF hack and then doesn't say anything else, I just immediately suspect that they watched a VOD and saw this conversation happen and then last for like the next 90 minutes and went, hey, that's funny. I wonder if I can trip chat into doing that again. I'm starting to suspect people do that. Because I see that like often enough now that it's getting a little sus. People are just like, why don't you use DFHack? Specifically to get me on this train of thought. Doesn't change the fact that I suspect it, Camnell. Because it happens kind of a lot. Especially because every now and again, like, some people in chat get, like, genuinely heated over it. No, you're still alive. I think there's only actually been one death. Knock on wood. I hit H, not A. L. No, you're still up. Still up and running. Oh, you need a new shirt. I'd swear that I thought that I did those annually. Actually, no, that should be yarn. I guess I never automated those. Whoops. Could have sworn I did that yesterday, but I guess I didn't. You know, every now and again, you'll have dwarves that get happy thoughts about being uncovered, which is funny. It's specifically the zany personality trait that can make that happen. Also, we've acquired another Grammy. Would you look at that? We have to look at this gremlin's personality and find out exactly what this gremlin would want us to do. Perhaps we can make a pseudo-sequel to the Gremlin Fort. Although I don't think I'll ever focus a video purely on gremlins again. Like the last one had a bunch of gremlins and I didn't really do much with them. Free after being released from confinement. You're cheerless, so that's lovely. Anger prone, perfectionist who hates skills and has a good memory. Well, okay, hold up. First off, Grammy the Lin. I require you to live up here. I know you won't use other zones, but you went and grabbed a gold goblet and you're getting a sippy. Early winter. I will just state this. I agree with everything you're saying, Strebin. Everybody agrees with you. If you want to have positive discussions that are fun and pleasant, pointing out the obvious that everybody already knows who plays this game just gets us into a circle jerk about talking about all the things that need to be fixed and could be better. If we had a list of things that could be better, you probably could list just about every feature in Dwarf Fortress. But individual features aren't what make Dwarf Fortress good. At least, not in my opinion. And talking and going on about every single nitpick that we could improve the game with just gets painful quickly. So unless that's something that you are like keen to do, I know I certainly am not. If we could make that not the focus of the discussion, unless it's like something that everybody is simultaneously discussing, then cool. That happens sometimes, but I would rather talk about what we like about the game. You have ways to fix it, and you know that, so fix it. And in reality, DF hack isn't what the game needs. And UI tweaks and fixes isn't really what the game needs. What the game needs is the game needs a complete Luafication. I hate saying that, but the RAWs need to be completely redone in Lua so that we can just make our own UI. That will be peak Dwarf Fortress when that is implemented and usable. When we can just mod the UI. Then you can have anything that you deem, and then people will just get mad at me for not using their particular UI mod. Or the one that they like, or they will ask me why I don't use it, and I'll be like, and that'll be the discussion. But it's coming, I know. But that's what the game actually needs. Like Tarn doesn't need to remake that UI unless he wants to. What needs to happen is we just need moddable UI. It's dark where you are. Turn on a light. Light a candle. Smack yourself in the head, and then you'll see spots in your eyes. You have the power. I believe in you. You ran into a wall? I suggest you point the screen on whatever you're watching the stream on in the opposite direction. You know what I do know, Space Redneck, is that is one of the most asked questions of all time, and it's the one that I actually just straight up don't include in Future the Fortress now when people ask it, because I'm so bloody tired of hearing Tarn have to answer it. Do you want them to charge more for the game? Do you want them to, you know, have to stop developing the game and then train new developers on the code of the game? Do you think I work for them? Do I have jurisdiction over telling them what they should and shouldn't do with how they develop the game? Dwarf Fortress has 2 developers working on it. I don't think it's my place to say one way or another. Nor do I, quite frankly, care one way or another. I think that running a business sustainably in the way that they want to run it is the best way to run it. And I think that hiring people, all that would do is it would take time away from Tarn to work on the thing that he's been working on. And I think that the audience saying that he needs to hire more people, or Zach needs to hire more people, makes it less of Tarn and Zach's game and would make the game objectively worse. That is all. Am I gonna play Hightail? I fucking hate Minecraft, so probably not. I don't know. I haven't really seen enough of it to make it look like something I would want to play. Like, I dislike Minecraft enough that I haven't played Vintage Story, even though there is a slight chance I might not hate Vintage Story. I like the world generation / like way that it builds believable spaces is interesting, but like blech. I don't want to have to play a game that looks like Minecraft. Holy shit, there's so many dwarves, that's wild. So many miners. I'm just going to say that I don't think hiring more developers would do the thing that people want it to do. I don't think it would necessarily make the game better. I think that it would do one thing. It would make the audience shut up. That's about it. I think they should say that they've hired more people and credit more people and then don't actually do that. I think that RimWorld got significantly worse when the developer of RimWorld stopped being a single solo developer and, like, it became a more muddled vision. I think that you should stop asking me these questions, Space Redneck. Feels more like 3D Terraria than Minecraft, to be fair. Oh, interesting. Okay. Sup, Transfat. Pretty good. What's new? I broke my foot. I uploaded a new video, and there's a Forgotten Beast in my fort. Those are all things that are new. I think that pestering I think pestering somebody or suggesting that somebody should make their art project free for anybody to use is one of the rudest things you can say to somebody who's making an art project. Yeah, I've got a splint on my foot. Anyway, this is a Forgotten Beast called Odna Udna. Remizu has come. A towering worm composed of flame. It has 3 broad horns and it squirms and fidgets. That's a little terrifying. Holy fuck, that looks cool. We're gonna get fire versus ice. He's cooked, fam. So there's a Forgotten Beast made of snow on this map that has on this level that has webs. But this one can, oh fuck, this one can fly. Actually, why don't I just make a new one? I don't have any military. Did you already kill the other one? No, you didn't. Where's the other one? Oh. Well, maybe it's dead, unrelated. I read that as worm, not wren, but yeah, no, you're right. I can also get to, okay. I need to go up here. Okay. Never mind, I can't actually run. I have to... I have to try and block this off.
This is madness!
Madness? Yeet. Okay. I think I'm just gonna go up to here. Why are you playing this song, game? You're stressing me out. Okay. Well, that's fucking terrifying. It's mine up and up. Yeah, I saw. Also, Clyde Dizzle, you already have a dwarf. I'm gonna refund that, so that somebody else can redeem it. Like, literally the only rule is try to only have one alive dwarf at a time. So, if you would like to select somebody in chat to give it to, you can do that, but I'm still gonna refund it. Also, hope you're doing well, Hobo. Is fun a bit more inevitable for now from invaders? They seem to be less enthusiastic about attacking you. But aside from that, I mean, depends on how good you are at the game. The game is certainly meaner, if that's what you're asking. Bummed you out? Oh, wow. Yeah. Makes sense. Are those walls fire safe? Yes. This isn't, though. It could maybe get in through here. But I just need to get that done. I wouldn't name a beast because it's going to die in like under 90 seconds, most likely. Like, it's going to die as soon as it gets into a fight. I don't name hostile entities because they either can leave the map or just die. Yes, you did get your redeemed dwarf earlier. I did a big old countdown waiting, trying to confirm whether or not you wanted the dwarf I was giving you, but... You are a shearer. The best I could do. It's all good, Salty. I tried to be amusing with the countdown. All right, so we should be safe from the big monster. So let's go back to digging down here. Not quite satisfied yet. But sorry that your internet died. Glad it's back, though. Salty. All we gotta do is lure the fire pigeon to the surface. That would cause some fucking havoc and a half, let me tell you. Also, fire pigeon. It's kind of a funny thing to call that majestic beast. Time Bomb's still 3 years old. Ain't getting any cuter. Some random human wants to live here and eradicate monsters. Not the first time they've asked either. And we have ourselves a gremlin now in the world. Which is kind of amazing. It is annoyed at the actually, I should actually unironically make more chairs. Bars. Let's make some tin thrones. Well, let's make rock tables and chairs, actually. I'll make them out of shale and we'll just do 40 of each. I'll encrust them in with gems. I mean, if you keep calling it a chicken, you kind of want to know what it would do to the surface. I did a fortress called Sunbirths once. Can't remember exactly if I teleported them there or not, but in Sunbirths, we dug too deeply and greedily. Like, we invaded the underworld. But the funny thing about Sunbirths was it was like this one where it was on a glacier, but it was a much thicker glacier. And a bunch of the demons were made of fire. And when they got to the surface, they could literally fly through walls. Like, they didn't care. They just, like, passed right through it. Basically, like, anything that it touches would turn to water, and anything that turns to water would then, like, you know, collapse, and it wouldn't consider it there. They just passed straight through it. I don't know. I've made many a tin chair. I actually like making tin bins. Partially because they're fun to say, but... they might not actually be able to build those. Does the Ender Dragon do that? That would be my first time hearing this. Okay, let's find out if this sucker works. Oh, that's a little bit annoying. Section of cavern has collapsed. It's the beast setting things on fire and stuff's falling over. I have a question. What do you think those boulders are made out of? In regards to that, how do you get so many boulders in the ice like that? What do you think they're made out of? Because if your guess was ice, you'd be correct. They are made out of frozen water. And why are they there? Because I'm digging through the ice. They're like really big snowballs, basically. They can be used to build walls, but that's about it. So right here, I'm going to put a drawbridge. No, that's a ramp. How did I click that? That's not what I was aiming for. But in your mind, it just looks kind of odd? Okay, well, let me ask you this. What would you rather have? No water in your caverns or water around trees and caverns? Because, yeah, exactly, mangrove trees. If you want to get rid of them, just put lava on them. Easy peasy. Solid, simple, direct, straightforward dwarf solution for a simple dwarf problem. I'm going to open up my blinds again now that the sun's down so that I can get a little bit more daylight. I mean, it's not down yet, but it's behind the building across the street. Can live without water in the caverns? Okay, well then, I don't know. Turn down the average moisture in your worlds and have fun. I'm sure it'll all be fine. I think I've satisfied this. Yep. The Amethyst Spine. My Miner's Guild. Gotta put a guard goose there. Okay, so you need to be completed. There we go. You don't like it, you lava it? Yeah. If you don't like it, just lava it. You gotta lava yourself, okay? Before you can lava each other. How am I keeping the KV alive? Not letting threats into the fort, Vex, and I mean, it's going to die of old age sometime between year 4 and year 8, and we are damn close to there. But like or rather, we're in its 3rd year right now. But we've got, you know, kind of a lot of dwarves working on this now, so this is accelerated massively. So my ability to work on this is going to increase exponentially in the next, like, 15 minutes. So basically, I need to get this level done. I mean, how old is Time Bomb? I need to get this level done. Time Bomb is 3, which means we either have this next year, once it turns 4, will either be our last year to finish this, or we have 3 more years after that. So here's hoping that it lives to like 6 or 7. And yeah, how am I keeping it alive? I mean, it's grazing. This is the first fortress I've ever done where I haven't been mad to have a KV alive. For whatever that's worth. Like, genuinely. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Actually, you know what? He says fuck it. Don't actually. This is being a royal pain in the butt. Picture? Not really. I don't generally share pictures of my body these days, but I think if you type in exclamation point tattoo, it might give you an ancient Twitter post to back when I got it. But, like, that's all I got. Holy shit, it does. But I don't use that platform anymore, so don't bother following me on there. If you want to follow me on a social media, follow me on Blue Sky. This is how you know you've been doing this for a really long time, is when you can be like, I think I posted about that like almost 10 years ago. Also, Dilfa Masanoris, thank you very much for the 2 years. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for the 2 years? From everyone's favorite dinosaur obsessive. Yeah, this will be fine. Oh, I'm like, why is this not working? It's because they locked them in. That's really funny, actually. Someone want to come over here and pull this lever now? You gonna do it? Nope. It's a bit awkward.
Happy 49 months blind.
Tele.
Hope you are doing well.
Doing as well as I can be. Uploaded a new video yesterday, which is doing quite well from the looks of things. You've never used minecarts in Dwarf Fortress? I have a question. How could you only just realize that? Wouldn't you, like, be aware of that? Like, I feel like that would be the correct wording if you'd say something like, I'm 1,000 hours in, and I've never used minecarts in Dwarf Fortress, instead of, I've just like, how do you, like, not realize that you haven't? Anyways, Jack, can I get a round of beers for 49 months? Our good friend of the Dwarfs. Pele. Oh, you just kind of internalized it. Fair. Fair. Stop giving you a hard time, then. Oh. Seems to be the bottom of the aquifer. Although, could just channel through this. Nah, we'll just take this way. All my homies know whether they've used minecarts. Exactly! This guy gets it. I'll tell you this, I barely ever used them until Premium came out. Because you used to have to build them one tile at a time, and it was such a slow process of assigning individual tiles in the correct direction. Yeah. So I use them quite a bit more now than I used to. And you, right here. I can just do that. this is where we're going to dump all this water. That sounds tedious. Okay, so minecarts are exceptionally safe to use. They are. You will not kill your dwarves with them. Period. Unless you power them. And if you are powering your minecarts, you are accepting that risk and you know what you're doing. You don't have to power them. They will function just fine, unpowered. That is on you. So in my humble opinion, I have to say that if you are willingly powering minecarts and you kill a dwarf, you are the only dwarf to blame. I think that's a fair thing to say. At least, I think. Hey, chat, we're half done. Check out all this, man. Half the map is done. We're getting there. I hope that you guys are as entertained by this whole series of tasks as I am. Like, this has gotten weirdly compelling. Man, that is scary, man. It's all these trees collapsing. This might be one of the coolest looking, like, Cheetos flavored Forgotten Beasts I've ever seen. I fucking love the new colors. They do so much. I mean, yeah, it doesn't mean you need to care. Just because you're responsible for their well-being doesn't mean you need to care about their well-being. It just means you're responsible. And design as well as color. Yeah, I mean, the pixel art's great, but, like, the color adds so much to it. Dwarven child withdraws from society and claims a crafts dwarf shop. Well, fuck. Hold on. So, Mr. Beastie here broke a tree, which caused something to cave into down here, which is now draining the lava into... Or no, draining the water from the second cavern layer down into the lower cavern layer. So, Forgotten Beast burned down a tree which collapsed and put a hole in the floor. You don't see that happen very often. It's exciting. It's like a natural disaster. And you're set up. Okay, let's go. Draining looks cool as hell. Yeah. I mean, let's see what this looks like in ASCII, actually. You can see just like the tiny little spot where it's all draining out of right there. Also, the game just suddenly started lagging like crazy. What the fuck just happened? Oh. Hey, kiddo, can you pull this lever, please? Bismuth is now drowning because of the pressure from... Kiddo. You gonna make it out? I have very little hope. Oh shit, he got out, it's fine. Yeah, okay, that's good. No, I'm just using the defaults. I haven't changed the ASCII colors since before it was on Steam. So now we're flooding this lower layer. So, flood for a flood. The surface up here. We're then flooding it down through here. Which, frustratingly enough, isn't actually powering anything because it's currently stopped. But let's do this. Dwarven Child has created Ost Nerid, an alpaca bone earring. I will assign that to a mayor, probably. Let's just fill this up and pull this and get it flowing, if I can. Okay, so now it's full. Perfect. It's producing 400 power. Why not more? Is it because of these end ones? Might be the end ones. I mean, I've got a couple dwarves that are pretty mad. It's fine. I wonder if the extra pressure from here is actually, like, causing this to not work. Huh. That sucks. I thought this would be, like, a genius setup. But I guess not. I'm gonna have to rebuild a bunch of it, I guess. Like maybe this. Take off this. Take off this. Take off this and see what that does. Cheers! Happy to help, Jura, right? No, that dwarf's just been kind of pissed off since the beginning of the fort for various reasons. Okay, yeah, that like lowers down the power. That's kind of wild. Okay, so let's see which half is actually getting power. Because I could also just fill this half up. So if I turn this back on... Because it might be like, you know, the mechanism connected to like 2 separate water wheels that's causing the problem. Time Bomb is still alive. It's interesting that, like... These are all turning. Okay, what if I do this? Because it might just be this side. Because, like, all these ones are turning, but these ones aren't, so... Although this one seems to be on and off again, which is weird. We'll see what this does. He's not a goat, he's a guinea pig. It's very rude of you to call a guinea pig a goat. I'm offended based on the fact that he's decidedly not a goat. It's most definitely a guinea pig. Sorry, I'm having an old man crash out. Embrace the unk. Nah. I'm younger than some people who pretend that they do. Also, the word unk is one of the few terms, I guess, that I kind of refuse to use. Just because it means something very different in the world that I've existed in most of my life. It's kind of like glazed or glazing. It's like, nope, can't say that you're glazing something. Can't do that, because that means that you're coming on their face. That doesn't mean what you're, the way that you're using that word. That doesn't, nope. Can't do it. Can't do it. Let him cook, I like. Let him cook is fine. Because that just reminds me of a pretty good TV show. Because that's just like a play on Jesse, we have to cook. Sure. You can join the fort permanently. I mean, a goon is still an evil henchman or a baddie or like an evil, creepy little guy. Someone who's gooning is different, though. Like, referring to somebody as a goon is different than saying that somebody's gooning, you know? Like, if you say that someone's a hired goon or, you know, they're posting like a goon, then that means one thing. But if you're saying that someone's gooning, that's different. It's sort of like someone, that person is shit versus that's a pile of shit are two very different meanings for the same word. I think that's just English. Like, if you refer to somebody as a group of goons, it's like, they're traveling around like an army of goons. They're not a bunch of perverted children that are just trying to, like, edge themselves for all eternity. I mean, I'll tell you this. There's few things that I dislike more in the universe than generalizing people. Because I think that they're almost always inaccurate. Like, my little sister is Gen Z, technically. I think I unironically, unknowingly use more Gen Z slang than my little sister. I'm sorry, what? T-Bug? If we're going to use normal people speech, I will just say that I am losing respect for you by about 900% every single time you refer to me as having an unk aura. I just... Sorry, I'm losing brain cells faster than you can speak. Dwarf was elected mayor fucking finally. Like, if you want to speak to me at my intelligence level. Don't degrade yourself down to childish nonsense cunt work. Doesn't do nothing for anybody that's of value. If you're gonna insult me, fucking call me old. Fucking call me old. Canceling their movements from different flow directions? I don't know. I've never tried setting them up like this. So sometimes you just gotta do science and find out. Streamer Senpai is salty? If you think that I'm salty, I'll say the same thing that I always say. If you think that I'm salty, you've never actually see me upset. Oh no, streamer used a bad word. Automatically upset. Not really. It's just a word I decided to use in that D. I'll be completely honest, I didn't actually know that they would cancel out their own movements. That's really interesting. But if you tell me that I have a Ankh Aura one more time, genuinely and unironically, I will time you out for the rest of the stream. There's things you can say ironically, and I'm getting real tired of it. You know, I don't think I've ever actually seen a complete episode of SpongeBob. I mean, the Rizzler would be cooler than this fuckwit in chat is being at the moment. Okay, so I have a question. Are you guys just using, like, fucking Manosphere bullshit slang, or are you using Gen Z slang? Because you guys are just, like, making me want to just call it for the day. Because I will just go away for the day. I'll be back tomorrow. So if you think this is hysterical, that's great. Stop.
Shianobi cheered. X100.
That is funny, actually. Majestic in YouTube chat is mentioning that it's funny that Gooners are also a fan of the Arsenal Football Club. It's okay, nobody cares about the Arsenal Football Club. I need to get these built, so I need more Dwarfs to work. Cheers, Shinobi. I mean, there's words that are Zoomer slang that people don't like because they just don't like hearing it. And then there's words that are directly insulting if used in certain contexts. And if you're going to use a word that is directly insulting when directed at me, fuck off. Gunners are those very expensive, crappy fashion glasses. Do those still exist? Do people still buy those? Because I know most glasses are just blue light blocking these days anyway. But if you're just here to, like, go on about Sigma Aura bullshit, like, just fuck off. Get out of my chat. I don't want you here. Truly. Like, I want to be able to have a functional discussion with my chat. There's connotations with that term, and if you don't know the connotations, then just fuck off. Period. What's up, Kyo? How's things? To be completely honest, I don't know why they're not building these. How old is Time Bomb? Was 3 last time I looked. Still 3. No. Dwarfs just have too many other tasks to do. Honestly, I'm kind of not surprised they're not getting these things done. I think that if somebody's using an acronym that is one of those, like, outside of ones that are, like, synonymous with human existence, if you're using an acronym, you're just intentionally trying to exclude people from the conversation because you want to feel like you're in a cool inside club. And that's fine. I think, like, you can absolutely exclude people from a conversation, but then if people, like, resent the way you speak, like, that would be why. Fuck yeah, you've almost cleared the entire Z level. We're working on it. We gotta do another one. Was there a giant cave crocodile there? Nope, but there's a giant cave toad. There's a normal cave crocodile. Oh, the toad must have died. It's just a normal cave crocodile. I don't think you... Can you get giant cave crocodiles? If anybody's saying LFP, they clearly have some wires and cables crossed backwards in their brain, because looking for group is the term. The fuck? Who's saying LFP? Like, who's saying that? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Written or discussed. Oh shit. The elves want to trade with me. They might actually love me, because, like, the odds that I will actually chop down a tree are pretty low. I think that they're actually looking for male genitalia, generally. Like, that would be my assumption if you said LFP. It'd be like, is this like an ESL thing? Oops. Wrong button. There we go. Which, not English second language, by the way. Speaking of acronyms. Oh my god. This is actually going to keep filling. I didn't realize that this was a water source. The fucking Firebird's just... This is like... Actually, you know what this is? This thing's the Firebird from Fantasia. That's really what this is. What the hell is that thing? It's a Forgotten Beast. It's a wren made of fire. Very squirmy, fidgety wren made of fire. LFP is Ragnarok Online 2002. I've never played Ragnarok Online. And don't like MMOs generally, so. He makes steam while swimming? Yeah, he's made of fire. It evaporates. He doesn't realize the water's there. If you put these things in an ocean, you have some real fun times. I mean, I could see, like, looking for players, but I don't think I've ever seen anything other than LFG. I've only ever seen LFG. Probably an age thing, you know? Similar to this discussion that we're having. Also, I don't play tabletop RPGs at all, so I'm probably also, like, maybe the worst person to ask or talk to or at about any kind of tabletop or multiplayer game terminology, because I don't do any of that. Not even remotely my space. Kind of intentionally, to be honest. Yeah. I don't know about Let's Fucking Go, but... it's a little bit of a bother at this point. Why? Oh, I see what's fucking wrong here. I'm an idiot. I'm having a moment here, chat. I fucking hate playing games with other people, and I've never once had a good experience playing a tabletop game. I like playing board games sometimes, but I absolutely kind of despise tabletop RPGs. So, I mean, that's like saying that, like, everybody who plays Dwarf Fortress also plays Factorio. I can't stand Factorio. Like, genuinely. Can't stand it. So, no. Just because you have a preconceived notion of what you think a certain type of person would like doesn't mean they're going to like that thing. Never played this? Cool. Neither have I. And also, you know, just because I personally don't enjoy playing tabletop games doesn't mean that I'm taking anything away from you. You can enjoy your tabletop games all you like. In fact, we have a room for it on the Discord because it's a very popular pastime. Lots of people enjoy tabletop games. I don't, but that's quite literally only my problem. I mean, I'll play a game of Wingspan almost any day of the year. Assuming you own it, because I don't own Wingspan. So, you know, I enjoy a board game sometimes, but do I want to dedicate dozens of hours of my life to playing a tabletop RPG? No, because if I want to play an RPG, I'll just play an RPG. And if I'm around friends, I want to be around friends and I want to spend time with friends and go do things outside or in person with friends. I don't want to pretend to not be me. That's not my idea of fun. I know that that's plenty of other people's idea of fun, and more power to you. I'm glad that you have that outlet. It's not something I get anything positive and or negative out of. It's just purely something I am indifferent to. I don't think I've played Catan in like 10 plus years. It's been a long time since I've played Catan. Okay, so it begins, chat. Who's ready for part 1? I have a big important task. Because we are almost there. But you want to support the whole floor with the sole support in the world? Middle? Do you think it's not going to work? This one support? Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, yeah, that's absolutely what we're doing. It's just muscle. I mean, it's just very, very sturdy ice. What can I say? It's the densest, strongest, stablest frozen water to ever dwarf. I wish my back was that support. Back would never hurt again. I wish that I had a dwarven made chair. Probably wouldn't be very comfortable, but great back support. I love this dwarf just over here vomiting. That's actually really funny. Hey, look, it's the mayor. Puking away. You hate that all the back pain prophecies end up being true as you age? You want to know a secret? You can fix a lot of your back issues, assuming you don't have a back injury. But if you have back pain problems, you can fix a lot of those by stretching. And it's socially acceptable to join a yoga class. So join a yoga class. Stretch your back. It's good for you. But I don't know. That's what I do. I do planks. Mostly. Yeah, which is why I'm incentivizing that people that are as old and crotchety as members of my chat should probably join a yoga class. If you're old enough to be watching this stream, you probably qualify for enjoying a yoga class. There's a lot of fucking puking doors up here right now. There's a lot of vomity snow. How old is Time Bomb? Still 3. Making really good progress. Old enough to join a yoga class. Actually, my first major back injury was when I was 22, so. If you're 26, you're doing okay. Very, 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 very unlikely user in YouTube chat. If you want to watch Dwarf Fortress in ASCII, I recommend watching Zombie Giant Sponge, who primarily plays Dwarf Fortress in ASCII. Friend of the channel. Good individual. Only streams on Twitch, though. Okay, let's get into the middle here. We're about to make a Yeti full. Okay, I'm going to do a quick save. Not because I'm worried anything bad will happen, but mostly because I might want to do an instant replay. I'm sorry, I haven't played League of Legends since 2014. So League of Legends jokes are not at the front of mind generally. I will say that, like, Skyrim jokes might be closer to recent memory than that. Just because I see them more often. Alright, so I should be able to cave the whole fucking thing in. I should be able to. Like this here, dug around. This here, all the way around. All right. Who's ready for a good old cave-in? The dwarves are singing a song. In fact, the play of rhymes is a participation dance originating in the human volcano. I have another cavey pup? Tisk. Disgusting. Several, actually. Gross. Okay, once they finish their dance. You ready, chat? I don't know why, I was expecting a lot more dust. Okay, I want to do that again. But I'm going to do that with ASCII enabled. I want to see if there's any dust from it. What'd you miss? I don't know. We're about to do it again, so nothing. The music cuts out. That's unfortunate. But they're about to dance again, so it's fine. Okay, let's try this again. Please dance. I have a human lasher? Whoa, what are you legendary in? Of course, tracking. Of course, it's always tracking. It's always tracking. They're always legendary at tracking. Let's see what this does, chat. Wait, what's invisible? Let's do another quick save. All right, chat. I don't have an ice emote, but like I do have a water emote. Could I get like, I don't know, a bunch of water and lava? Because that's what we're hoping to make. Yeah, that's wild. That it just disappears. That is whack. Let's try this one more time, but I'm gonna follow the Yeti. I wanna see what happens to the Yeti. Yeah, it must not. I kind of figured that it would like send snow poofing up, but like, I guess not. We're hoping to make it to your bed. Best of luck, Dirty Bum. Okay, where's... Oh! He's stuck. Okay, what are you running away in fear from? He's all mad. Look at that. Hope you can climb. This Yeti's like, what the fuck, man? There's dwarves everywhere. That's funny. I caught a Yeti. Where ice? You know, this Yeti is currently getting the real world polar bear experience. It's like, where ice? It's all disappearing. Speaking of disappearing, let's disappear more of it. Yeah, why don't we do this as well? Nope, don't need no Monster Hunter. Super cereal? What is that? Is that like Captain Crunch? Oh my god, they're all just like rushing upstairs. Here they go. This might be the most miners I've had in a fort in a maybe ever. I've never had such a mono, like, skill in a fortress. Oopsies, not that. that I need to not do. No, the challenge ain't done yet. I haven't turned this into an ocean. I've simply dug out one layer. Basically, step 1 is done. Oh, the Yeti got down. You figured it out. Good for you, Yeti. Where's the Yeti? Watch him be in the fort. Nope, He's very far away. Well, good luck, Yeti. Yeti the Yeti. Get all this done. And then lastly, this done. He's off to play Yeti Sports. Is this like a play on Wii Sports? Okay, so that's all done. I'm gonna do some vertical bars right here. No, let's not do vertical bars. Let's just do a drawbridge. Okay, so you... Now I can get this thing functioning, probably. Now that I'm not screwing it up. Ah, that won't fit. Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you. And do one of these. One of these. One of these. And now let's see. Yeah, I'm not entirely... Well, okay, we need at least 4 before we'll know if this will work, but we will find out. Yeah, I think it was because it was trying to push them in separate directions. I never tried to build a setup like that, and every now and again I get a weird, like, huh, I wonder if this will work kind of vibe. And nope. It will not work, in fact. Maybe this time we'll find out if it'll work. Or we'll find out now if it'll work. I just need 2 more of these connected. You're almost done. Just need this one done. Then we'll find out. Because this is like enough to produce 400 power, but it needs 500 to power it enough to work. Maybe not. That's a huge bummer. All right, well, next theory. Not enough throughput. Let's get more throughput. Oh. Yeah, now this is working. Yeah, I'm not sure why this side ain't working. Maybe it's you. Cancel that. Yeah, like these ones are working. It's just this side that ain't. It's actually a little bit weird. This one might be blocking it. It could be too close. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. It's got to be this side. It's got to be. No, because the connector's built. It's just only generating 100 power. Like, this side isn't generating any power, which is bizarre. So, no, it's not the unbuilt connector. Some forgotten beast named Almastur has come, an enormous scaly fly. It has a knobby shell and a bloated body. Its periwinkle scales are blocky and close set. Beware its poison vapors. I think it just doesn't have enough throughput, so I'm going to increase the throughput, which basically just means widening up the way down here. It's the first wheel? This one? Or this? I mean, I've already pulled that one out, and power hasn't changed, so I don't think it's flowing at a diagonal. I mean, if this is the one that you think it is, then I'll pull it out, but... I mean, my assumption is there just isn't enough flow. I need to get more liquids in through here. Okay, fair enough. Time bomb is still 3, so we've got time to fuck around with it. I think it's flow. Because sometimes, like, if water is just completely full, like it is right now, the game decides, oh, that water can't be flowing because it's, like, stable, stationary water. That's a pond, not a creek. Because there just isn't enough water exiting, and I think that might be what's happening. So I'm going to try and just make it so that more water can exit. Because, like, look at this. Let's see. Do they suddenly start moving when this hits? Because it needs 500 power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that should power enough. Then again, that might not, so we'll see. Could pump out some water. Nah. I could just give the water more space to exit, which is what I think I'm going to do. I'm also going to, I think, spin them around to this side. This won't take too long. Actually, you know what's another thing I could do? That would actually probably be a bit of a solution here. So I could raise this up. Doop. Now, people talk about quality of life. The day we get a click, drag, deconstruct for buildings will be a beautiful day. Yeah, I don't really know how I fully screwed this up. I think probably I'll just rebuild it. Just build like a little straight line here, and then just go that way. Just dig through all this. It's probably actually, honestly, the way. If you see a number on the water, then it is above the water below it. So this is one layer above than down here. So this is 7 deep. This is as deep as it can get. This is one layer above the water, so it's like floating on top of the water on the level that I'm looking at. And the shimmery water spike can be indicative of moving water. Like this water here is now considered to be moving, but... Oh, I see what I did wrong. But no, that is probably what's happening here. Sapphiric Megalodon is the inflow is faster than the outflow, which is why I'm scary Cheeto bird. Which is why I'm going to widen this and just give it more space to flow. Is like the most logical response, because like it only pops on sometimes and then pops off. It's like, there's definitely something going on there. So if I just widen all of this, this will most likely be the safest way of messing around with this. And none of these dwarves will be able to drown, but like this one's getting some swimming skill. Look at you, Emily, learning how to swim. It's adorable, really. You wanna be a scary Cheeto bird? Well, maybe in another life. Back in my day, I just wanted to be the very best like no one ever was. Now people all have these unrealistic expectations about their existence. This isn't the most beautiful looking thing, but it'll do what I need it to do. Just gonna build basically a little wall from here over to there, along this side, like down here basically. Go up to there, let it flow in that way, and then widen it all the way down to the bottom of that. Shouldn't take too long. Speaking of old memes. I don't think that anyone's ever gotten the best of me, to be totally fair. At least, not in the way that song is using that word. I like that song, though. It's a good song. So's the meme, admittedly. Although, if I were to choose, like, band that sometimes writes bangers, but mostly music I don't listen to, that is better used as memes than actually listening music, I would much rather use Nickelback memes, because Nickelback memes are funnier in my opinion, but it's cozy, yeah, fair. Can you get a redeem? I mean, you got it. I'm just gonna finish queuing up all of this, because I'm kind of focused on this, but what kind of dwarf would you like? Or what kind of thing would you like, I guess? I'll see you later, Mind. See you later, dude. Thanks for hanging out. I didn't mean to do a square of that. I just meant to do the one. Yeah. I don't know. To me, Nickelback has written like 3 good songs that I'll hum along with and won't complain if I hear them. But generally, yeah, I just kind of don't like their music. They have a higher hit rate than Imagine Dragons when it comes to music that I find more annoying than good. But Lanix, do you have any idea what kind of dwarf you would like? We can get you named. Ow. Leg was falling asleep. I was sitting at a weird angle. Just about everybody in the fort is a miner. Unfortunately, it'll be hard to do a replication of Lanix the Handy, but got a bunch of peasants and some children. There's one human dancer. I guess that answers that question that the killers have had for a very long time. Because the human is the dancers, so I guess the answer is both. And also, thank you, Batome. Appreciate you, mate. Appreciate the consistency. You'll take dealer's choice. Happiest Dwarf it be. You know that's what I'm going to give you every time you say dealer's choice, right? Just whoever's the happiest on the list. This dwarf is probably happier than that dwarf from the video. I'm just assuming you've seen the video, so. He is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He is troubled by this because he values romance. He only rarely feels strong cravings or urges and is prone to hatreds, often develops negative feelings, and is a friendly individual, prefers to present himself modestly, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He often acts with compassion and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He has a sense of duty, and he often is cheerful. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and tends to be passive in discussions. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally, this dream was realized, and he personally sees romance as one of the Wait. What a tortured soul. He's not the type to fall in love or even develops positive feelings, but he personally sees romance as one of the highest ideals. Oh, you poor soul. He finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of that, or you psychopath, one of the two. He finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and doesn't really see the point of working hard. This dwarf would be sold, like, a course on, like, pickup artists very easily. He likes petrified wood and steel and pyrite and giant rhinoceros horn and cougar eel leather, as well as, you only need to kill 2 cougar eels to make some great pants. Bracelets and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. You would have loved the Dwarf Fortress that one week where, like, boogeymen can be summoned. And the site of the fragments of fanatics, or fanciness? Not fanatics. And when possible, prefers to consume pomegranate wine and hates worms. They're 23 years old. You're a member of the Oily Order, excuse me? Deller? The god of, like, mountains and shit? The Oily Order? Okay. Gotta get your oils in order. You're a member of the Abyssal Guild, the Miners Guild, and, you have an iron pick. You're a legendary miner. Oh, true, he likes the theory of romanticism, but, like, not the type to fall in love. I respect it. Brings candles to every get-together. Never falls in love. Also, the theory of romantics is a sentence I don't think I've ever seen in my chat before, so it's a new one for here, that's for sure. Okay, let's go down here. Methos the Dire is taken by a Fey mood. Although, someone who's asexual could fall in love. It's more like aromantic, right? Not that I would know, but... that or that's just a weird way to refer to a romantic Canadian. Eh? What? What you say to me? What? Oh yeah, it's fine. Okay, so this layer right here needs to be smoothed. What do you think, chat? Do you think I can get enough flow on this that it'll work? I'm somewhat hopeful-ish. Very optimistic. That doesn't sound good. I didn't break it. The game did. If this works, this will be a better setup, but... I don't actually have a guarantee that it'll work. Surely. I mean, the problem is the fucking Forgotten Beasts keep piling a bunch of liquids into this area, which is actually, like, kind of a pain. So there is that. That should be mentioned. Although these will produce twice the power of a single water wheel, so there's that. Hopefully this will be worth the time. And reconstruction efforts. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I carve out an exit on the side of the map or not. That's not really going to positively or negatively affect this. Got a dyer in a Fey mood? Oh, you're a leather worker. So you can tell this fort is focused on a very singular goal. Because, like, I don't even have a leather workshop yet. I do actually really like the way this looks, though. Okay, so this is going to answer the question about caravans. Yep, they can, in fact, still enter. As for, am I actually going to trade with them? That I don't know. I'm also far enough into today that I'm not really thinking all that effectively anymore. Okay, so Dwarf is making a artifact. Dwarf's a pure diggin'. I'm gonna let you guys follow one of the dwarves who's doing the digging. Oh yeah, it's the royal treasurer who's currently leaving the map. I have to go use the washroom. Thanks everybody for lurking around so late. I will be back in like under 2 minutes. Let me know, shout really loudly if something bad happens, okay? Then I'll run back. Well, that's bad. 3 caravans, actually. Well, not bad, but game paused. Yeah, no, 3 caravans. We trade with every trading season. My mayor has been reelected and doesn't even have an office yet. They want to yell about the Merchants Guild, and I'll be like, I don't know, bring us... I told them to bring me bears, so here's hoping they actually brought me bears. Yeah, no, I'm trading with 3 different sites. They want rings. Maybe make them some gold rings. But if you demand tribute from a faction that isn't yours, then they will bring you... artifacts. Or not artifacts. If you demand tribute, then they will bring you more, or they will send more traders to your fortress. So I demanded tribute from several different factions right at the start of this fort, so that they would, bring me tribute. So we get traders from 3 different human locations. There was one fort that I did a long time ago where I was getting trade caravans from like 24 different factions. But that was quite a while ago. That's one of those things that, like, unless you directly mess around with those mechanics, like, you'll never figure that out. Although it is kind of silly that, like, threatening somebody with extortion makes them trade with you. But if you think about it, there's some reality there. It's not the most ridiculous thing this game does. We're also getting more migrants, population's climbing. Which, honestly, that in and of itself is a reason to celebrate, if you ask me. Dyer has created Eneshalgur, a tall elkberg bird leather helm, and offers it to Burnfrost, the Hollow Glacier. I don't think that's going to have any visual identity, but let's see. We're up to 90 dwarves. Excellent. No. This is a tall elk-bird leather helm. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with steel, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of elk-bird leather and menaces with spikes of elk-bird leather and milk quartz. Chat, what's something random you've learned about Dwarf Fortress recently? Somebody brought a fucking cat. I'm just suddenly seeing dead animals everywhere. Which one of you twits brought a cat? It's against the rules. Maybe it's not, but I wish it was. No, nobody brought a cat. Well, oh, no, somebody did bring a cat. There it is. Gah! Okay, fine. No, actually, I don't want to put that there. That's dangerous. Down here, though. No, not for pearls. There was just a typo in their bones, and the bones were significantly too valuable. So if you killed them and sold their bones, you could sell their bones for like, it's like basically it was like 1,000 Dwarf bucks per bone. Because they're supposed to be like 10, but there was a multiplier on them where it completely broke their value and made them ridiculously expensive. Yep, it is disturbing. Maybe the most disturbing. Set that up, 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 set that up. So maybe like 20 of these dwarves actually have bedrooms. I'm kind of amazed the moods are as good as they are. I'm just trying to keep the chat moving at this point. We're getting lurky o'clock, which is fine. I guess my question, chat, would you guys prefer me to try and do as much of this as possible initially? Or do a test run of only a chunk of it? Oh, also I shouldn't put wool in this, but too late. What do we think? I'm actually always kind of amazed as to how many people think it's not going to. Dwarf Fortress kind of works like Minecraft, but it doesn't do the, like, floating islands thing, unless you turn off gravity. Do we really have time for a test run? You make a valid point. That needs to be connected. You're connected to this. Time Bomb has a tree. That's kind of poetic, actually. Look at this. Got ourselves a little fungi wood tree. That's actually kind of pretty. Also, Time Bomb is 4 years old. I mean, all of this is in the domain of our Lord and the Savior, Tim E. Bomb. What is his fur color? Does it vary? Small rodent with no tail. It can be found roaming the grassland in herds. It has 3 toes on its hind feet. I guess it's that color. And the Pointy Creed wants a temple complex and a high priest, apparently. Okay, well that's on its way. I'm not entirely positive that there will actually be enough flow of lava to this pump to be able to fill this whole thing up. So, just kind of wanted to say that, but... Okay. Yep, and I haven't done this in a few years. Swiss bug. By that I mean filled up an area like this. All right, well, let's see if I can power this. And let's go floor bars, tin, tin. Yeah, I know that they can be different color patterns, but it doesn't seem to specify. We're living in E-Bomb's world. Yeah. That's an old reference. Speaking of old references, did you guys know that Blues News is still running? The problem is the fact that this keeps getting more water dumped into it from up here. It's actually a large part of it. It's like filling this faster than I can drain it, quite literally. Okay, kiddo, I'm gonna need ya to get your pouty face and eyebrows out of here. Okay, thanks. Then I'm gonna go down here and I'm gonna forbid all these rocks. I could drain this again, so it's not really that big of a deal. Let's forbid these. And let's open this sucker up and see if she works. Wish it luck, chat. It might need it. Post water if you think it's gonna flood. Nope. Did not flood. I'm actually kind of disappointed. Maybe the overflow issue is now like no longer a problem. I'm like kind of disappointed, I'm not gonna lie. Welp. Kiddo, what the fuck are you doing? Why did you go back? The fuck is wrong with you? What do you mean, building an overworld castle? You mean building a castle on the surface? I mean, sure, why not? Why wouldn't it be worth it? You're just building a surface up. You're just building a surface for it then. Like, yeah, that's worth it. It usually is. All right, kiddo, have you left the underground? Yes, you have. Okay, so let's just close this and let it fill up. Let him drown? Nah. His mom will have, like, words with me if I let him drown. There you go. Let this close. Just let this fill up. And once it's full, then we'll see. It's a whole bunch of pond grabbers. Oh, it's filling from that side as well. Oh my god. Oh, that's actually kind of really annoying. This has lost a lot of its water input now. Because there's a hole over here that's draining down into here. That's such a fucking bother, man. This fire beast is actually, like, not quite my worst nightmare, but a royal fucking pain in the ass. Because it's gonna cause, like, water to not flow into here fast enough. Like, if that hadn't happened, this would still be full. What I could do is I could bring water in from this side. But this will eventually drain. Like, as you can see, like, we're losing pressure on this side. How many layers down does that go? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There goes Fireburb. Was it tree roots and burning holes? I mean, another one just happened right here. It's literally this. Like, the Firebird is flying around in here, and there's only one layer between these two. And the Firebird keeps, like, setting the trees on fire, and they're collapsing and caving into this layer, is what's happening. Just hadn't thought of it. Yeah, I mean, I'm building... what, chat, what was... Does anybody here remember the... Oh, hey, this did get power, though. Briefly. Like, enough power to pump. Or to move the lava, I guess. But this is not gonna... This ain't gonna work. I need another source of water. I need another source of water. What if? Okay, I've got an idea. This is really silly, but it's an idea. So, what if I... Mafalzer in YouTube chat says, I bought Dwarf Fortress 200 plus hours ago, and you're 200 plus hours in, and I'm going to school, damn it. And they blame me. Thanks for the $5. Hey, Chuck, can I get a round of beers for the $5 in the YouTube chat? And also, uninstall the game until you're done with school, dude. Like, this is important. So here's kind of my idea. I manually pump this. And then just block this side off with lava. Block that side off with lava. I don't really want to cave it in. But that'll make us that could fill in. Actually, why don't we literally just do this? Yeah, let's just do this. This will be fine. This will be totally fine. What could possibly go wrong? This is fucking silly. And thanks for the $2 additional. They uninstalled it and then they reinstalled it. Well, I can't help you then. What? Okay, where are you flying to and where from that it would give you that much? Like, that you'd be able to do that? Like, that seems like a really fucking long time to be on a plane. Oh my god, they've already finished that side. It's ridiculous. Is London to Sydney really 20 hours? I have a hard time doing a 6-hour flight. Like, I'm not a big fan of flying, so that helps. But so that's part of the reason, but man. Let's just put a door right here. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying Dwarf for it regardless, Mafalzer. And chat, can I get a round of beers for the $7 in Super Chats? It's actually a currency that I recognize. Opposing points of the globe? Yeah, more or less. It's like about the maximum you could possibly be. But, I mean, if you want to download my VODs, I personally would download, like, 2 seasons of a TV show, but, like, you could do that. I won't say that's the worst idea. Just wait for this dwarf to get through. Come on. How long does it take to chisel through that wall? There you go. This is really silly. But here we go. Speaking of too many tasks to have to click, and something that people very rarely actually like, something that people don't really have a way to automate. This. Too many clicks. Here it goes. Let's see if we can out lava this fireburb. They also ran out of lava pretty fucking fast. We're waiting for somebody to get down here. Come on. Oh. Well, that's funny. They can't even access it. It's got lava that bubbled up on top of it. Yeah. God, why does it do that? Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna fill this up with lava. Did I flood the caverns? No, they flooded themselves. They were like that when I got here. I'm not even memeing. Like that's what happened. But no, I didn't flood them. And now we wait. Oh, shit. Right. And they'll all stop when this actually gets powered up. Like right now, where this actually has enough power. So all the wheels are currently turning. Where's this? Over here. These are all turning, or not all of them, but a bunch of them are. Briefly. So I'm going to connect a lever to right here and just turn that off. Or actually, no, I could just pull this. Discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. That's actually probably not good. Thanks for the additional $2. Appreciate you. Okay, but like, how'd you find it? Oh, I see. Yeah, digging into here. Makes sense. I've flooded hell before. Several times, actually. This is actually kind of funny. Oh no, because this is now flooding, I'm gonna have to like reassign it constantly. Got it. I should have seen that one coming, but... What's caving in now? Still over here. I mean, this middle cavern is flooding this lower cavern because of this stupid Forgotten Beast, which I probably could just kill and probably should just kill. But I also have no weapons and no armor because of the metals that I've found. So I have no easy way of killing it, but it's flooding the lower caverns. So this is all gonna get flooded, and is getting flooded. Which is why my source of water in this layer is now like no longer functional. Well, you know what I should really do? I should just give up on this silly alternative project and just go start utilizing the water down below. Like, that's what I should do. Because by the time I finish building this, it's just going to be, you know, functionally useless, right? I literally don't have enough metal to make enough bolts for it to even be worth building. I would have to make bone bolts. But also I'm kind of like very amused by this process that's happening now. Like this water right here, I could just use this. Like super easily. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just do that. I'm just gonna throw out the power supply that I've built. Just unscrew this. Deconstruct all of these. And we're just gonna move the fucking thing. Because it's easy. Super easy. I'm actually getting some frame rate lag right now from all of the water physics that's happening. This is kind of wild, actually. Became Aqua Hell, yeah, kind of. And I called the last fortress Wave Pool. Sheesh, if only I knew. Yeah, I'm down to 30 FPS. That is nutty. Although at this point, oh no, I can't really say that these are pacifist dwarves because we've killed a bunch of troglodytes, but Yeah, look at this. This is just insanity, actually. This is genuinely insane. Fuck it. Let's see if I can seal it. I'm gonna try that again. Mostly because the frame rate would be nice to have. The devil deserves to swim. Well, I mean, if I can slow down the flow of water and turn most of that, or most, if not half of that layer into obsidian, that'll absolutely help. This is a problem. This is sketchy. Like, extremely sketchy. Hey, chat, what's the sketchiest thing you've ever done in a Dwarven fortress? This might be it, actually. This might very well be it for me. We're doing it for Time Bomb. I think they must have dug out that whole layer. Yep, no, they did. Should definitely do this at priority number 2, not priority number 1, but here we are. Get to it, dwarves. Oh, come on. Is there nobody available to do this? There we go. It's been 9 hours and 21 minutes, YouTube chat. Yeah, no Spartan. Literally, I'm trying to fill holes. I've never really seen any. Like, one of the reasons I've gone so late is I've never really had anything like this happen before. Like, this is new to me. It's just like a lower cavern layer getting inadvertently flooded by the upper one. Like, this is kind of bonkers. And now shit's on fire. Like, this is kind of bonkers. They get almost no experience strength-wise from pumps. That got changed up quite a while ago. Oh. Dwarf. I would say that you're a genius, but... I did say I should do this at priority number 2. Let's do 3, though. Yeah, they don't get a lot of experience from doing that. Yeah, no, I'm aware that they're by default further apart. The closest I've had to this was, I remember there was one time I was chopping down trees in the lowest cavern layer because I wanted Bloodthorn for something. And the lava sea was directly beneath it. And the trees collapsing caused the lava sea to splash up and set the moss on fire. That was kind of nuts. I feel like that's common, but sketch. Actually, it's less sketchy now. Because your frame rate won't go to 0 if they go to start making an artifact. But they'll fail to do their tasks if they start, what's it called? Like, if you tell them to, get out of there, Dwarf. Come on. Locum. There you go. If you tell a dwarf to, like, stand in a room forever, they'll kind of go nuts eventually, more or less regardless of what you do. But that's less of an issue now because of the last update. Okay. Now we're just waiting. If you shoot lava with full speed through a lava fall, does it shoot out the other end? If you shoot a minecart at full speed, presumably, through a lava fall, yeah, why wouldn't it? It might even fill up with lava if it happens to collide directly with it. It's not gonna fall straight down, no. Although I'm gonna say that that's probably not gonna be the most effective way to fill a minecart up with lava if that's what you're trying to do. Unless you're trying to do something else. Here it goes. Oh. There we go. It's not flowing as fast as I would like it, but it's because of how I've been forced to do this. Well, now I can just let that run for a little bit. Oy vey. This is so fucking silly, chat. Like, I don't even... Like, I'm actually kind of at a loss for words. Like, genuinely kind of at a loss for words. The good news is if I can plug this up, which it seems to be, it's like one of the first big issue spots is like over here. And then over here. Is there water coming down anywhere else? There's one over there. But that one's really far away and kind of unrelated. There's one over here. But the biggest issues are right here. This isn't what failure. This is a creative solution to a problem. But kind of being at a loss is just like this is just kind of fantastic. Like, this is why I play this game. It's very rare that this game, like, shocks me with something wild like this. Yet here we are. You know? Like, I am amazed. The game surprised me. It's been a while. So no, I would call this a resounding success. I mean, not the most mechanical success, but like entertainment factor for me and you, I think I'd call this a success, not a failure. If you call this failure, then, well, I don't know what to tell you, mate. I mean, half of the reason I play this game is because it surprises me, and congrats. I'm surprised. Time bomb is 4. So we are running out of time. Lol. All right, I am going to rebuild this because this will work. And I feel kind of dumb deconstructing it, but I mean, I'm succeeding in very unintended ways in this fort. Let me tell you, like 100%. I've certainly had playthroughs that ended unexpectedly, and I guess you could call that a failure in a way, but I can also make this much cleaner now because, oops, I did not mean to put that where I put it. Don't put that there. That's silly. Okay. Let's let that do its thing. Go over here. Go right here. Gonna go right here. Gonna channel up through this so I can make this cleaner. I can make this a lot cleaner. We're just learning from our surprise successes up here. That's all that we're doing. Actually, nah, never mind. I can do it that way. I changed my mind. Just build it better anyway. We're about to be in an ad break. I will just be designating stuff during the ad break, so you're not going to miss much. Just grab vertical axles. Going up. 2, 3. No, not up to there. You become this. You go all the way to the corner. You go up to there. Let's go this way. And to there. Okay. Let's just let them run. That's what you tell yourself to keep sane. You need to tell yourself that to keep sane? Why would you need to tell yourself that to keep sane? Honestly, I think staying insane would be the more profitable endeavor. Certainly the more entertaining one. Yeah, this is filling up. This is already working. Isn't that wild? Like, me just, like, sealing this off with some lava is, like, actually fixing this problem. Chat, we're in an ad break. How many of you are still present? Or should we wind down and finish this tomorrow? How do we think? Actually, how are the view counts doing? I haven't looked in a while. How's the video up, too? Where's the video at? Okay, it's getting close to 200 comments. Ilmirin is not present. Good to know. Thanks, Ilmirin. It's getting 484 views an hour. It's okay. It's slowed down a little bit more than I would like it to at this point. Appreciate it, No Spartan. All right, well, we're through the ads. I'll do a little bit more. We'll see if we can block this off. Because I just need the lava to get out to there. If this wasn't all an aquifer, I would just do it in this layer. But this is all a fucking aquifer. So this would be the biggest fucking pain in the ass level to do this. Like, genuinely, this would be a huge fucking pain. Waiting for one more dwarf to get there. Their rear right there. Because right now this ain't pumping anything. And then we'd need to seal off this spot. And seal off this. We don't know. It just depends on if it decides to continue extending its life or not. You'll have to ask the cavie. God, this is ridiculous. This is so fucking ridiculous. There we go. Got more lava coming out. That's what we need. Come on. Come on, lava. Chop to it. Seal that off. That'll help. It'll redirect that water down in here, which is what we need, and deal with this. You know, it's funny. Someone was asking earlier today, it's like, how many dwarves can you have before your frame rate gets bad? It's like, the frame rate in this fort's bad. Like, right now. And I only have 95 dwarves. Am I brewing drinks? Yep. I require another still. And also, you need me to increase the value of that temple, which is down here. You need a temple complex and a high priest. Do I have any high-valued gems? I do! Green diamonds, 11 opal, lavender jades. 3 of those, 3 of these, 3 of these, 3 of these. Most of those are not super valuable. Let's actually just get rid of that. Kind of wild, no one has died yet. I'm not really putting any dwarves in direct danger. And I'm pretty good about, like, digging around areas that would be dangerous for dwarves. So, like, this is also mostly going to block the lava flow. So we should get it clearing off this side. We've almost sealed this in. And in the background, the dwarves are just, you know, digging out the last layer. The last layers. There we go. Getting maximum flow. Come on, dwarves. Feels good to stress test Dwarf Fortress again. It's been a bit. I'm also very curious to see if this is even gonna fucking work. It should just seal them up. Like, there's enough water there. It should just seal them up. But it has to get that far. Currently, it's over here, like, sealing this area off mostly. I wasn't trying to pump lava with an aquifer. No, I was trying to move water through a cavern layer to power water wheels, and then a forgotten beast made of fire got into that cavern layer and started setting trees on fire, and then the trees collapsed, which then put holes in the ground, which then caused the cavern layer to drain. By the way, it did that on the layer above before this one. I just kind of didn't think it would then do it to this one. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, but because the cavern layers are so thin and all so close together, it became an issue. So I've got like shit tons of water drainage where there usually wouldn't be. This side's done, which is good. Although I kind of wish that had water on it right now. That would actually be really nice. So what do you think of this fort so far, chat? I'd love to know. I'm certainly having a better time with this one than I was with Wave Pool towards the end. Wave Pool was fun, but it got a little tedious. I'm having a fucking blast with this fort, though. Dwarves are probably going to try and trade with me pretty soon here. Ah, I see. Need another dwarf to get over here and pump. There we go. And there it goes again. Absolute fucking blast. Come on, dwarves. It's almost there. Now we just have to wait a little bit longer. Little bit longer. Yeah, it could literally end at any time. Like, the silly little gerbil could just be like, bleh, and die. I know it's not a gerbil, but we are literally at the mercy of a fucking cavy boar. Or, yeah, cavy boar. Although the actual, like, reality is I could just kill this beast. I could just kill it. Well, actually, I could also catch it, but the damage has already been done here. I waited too long. No, I can't. Because it's already named Time Bomb. I could name the other cavy, because there's another one. I also don't have a gerbil. It's a cavy. It's a, like, you know, a guinea pig. This side getting sealed will also help this. Okay, so this is not fully connected yet, but these are still getting finished. But this is filled up on this side again, so I should, like, my plan is actually working, believe it or not. What am I going to do with... I'll be completely honest with you. I don't know what Nuzlocke means. But what am I going to do if it dies? I've failed. I could either keep playing the fort if I want, or I could quit because I failed. Either is a perfectly legitimate option. I mean, I'm not going to like Alt F4 immediately if it dies. I'll probably build a tomb for it and then cry a little. And be like, I failed you! Anyway. Probably start a new fort. After building a tomb for it and crying a little. But I don't know. It's Nuzlocke, just delete your save. Because, like, genuinely, I don't play Pokemon. I play games for grown-ups. I don't play children's toys. It's like asking me if I played Lego Star Wars. It's like, well, obviously not. Come on. What do you take me for? A child? Okay, so this is where it's stripping down. I've talked about this many times on stream before, but there was a very important moment of my childhood where I had an option. I had $120 saved up of my own money, mostly from birthday and Christmas money. And I could either purchase Legend of Zelda, the Minish Cap, with my Game Boy, or I could get Pokemon whatever the fuck for Game Boy Advance. And I looked at it, and I thought about it for a bit, and I was like, I've played Legend of Zelda games before, and I like Legend of Zelda. I've never played a Pokemon game, and I'm not sure if I would like it. So I made the decision to buy a Legend of Zelda game, and I've never looked back. Since then, the only Pokemon game I've actually played that isn't like, you know, Smash Brothers, where there's just Pokemon in it, coincidentally, is Pokken Tournament. That's one half plugged, I think. Oh, no, never mind. It looked like it, But Pokken Tournament is the only Pokemon game I've actually played. So Zelda's a children's game? At the time, yeah, I was a child. I was 12. But why would I go back and play children's games as an adult if I don't have any nostalgia for them? If I had nostalgia, it would make sense, right? That's why I still play SSX Tricky. I'm also being, like, needlessly mean, but... As a child, I decided to have interest in nostalgia for RPG/adventure games. Role-playing adventure games. And Legend of Zelda is just an adventure game. And that was a pretty formative thing for me. And it's still that way to this day. Okay, so now, should be able to pull this. But basically everything Nintendo makes is a children's game. So it's just Iron Man. I have a question. Why don't people just call it Iron Man? Because I know that like none of that stuff is like an official mode. Like why do you have to make an exclusive club with like like terms that you only know if you're already in the club? It seems a little silly, childish as much. Just reinforcing my preconceived notion that Pokemon is a child's game. I don't know, Pokemon's neat. It's just not my shtick. Holy fucking frame rate, Batman. It's got 200 power briefly. 300 power. I mean, it's working. It's just going to take a while. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to disconnect these. And this. Because if I disconnect these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are more likely to have power. I'm also going to try and block off one of these. Fucking chaos. So, a Forgotten Beast caused some trees to burn down, and that removed my ability to power this. And so I'm trying to plug these holes by hoping that I actually have enough power to power this fucking thing now. So it needs 500 power now. It's doing 300, 400. Come on, 500. Just one more. Just one more. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Come on, dwarves. We got this. Oh, hey, dwarves want to trade. And then aside from that, we've dug out the first layer that we need to dig out, and now we're just working on the second. But we're very close. Like, very close. Like, extremely close. Just trying to get the last of this nonsense dealt with. Mostly. Need more power, Scotty. This is very true. Truer words haven't been said since they were last said in Star Trek. This was a reliable source of water up until very recently. For whatever that's worth. And this is now filling up, which means this will become a reliable source of power. Shortly. I just need this to fill. The problem is the frame rate's kind of bad. But that... it's killing me, Smalls. I mean, if you want to like be very specific about Pokemon, Pokemon is a turn-based JRPG with massive variety of character combinations. Like, really, that's what it is. It's a party builder, right? I don't generally like if we actually want to like get into why I decided to like me being a little bit unnecessarily mean after streaming for 10 hours about Pokemon aside, the reason I bought Legend of Zelda is I don't generally like JRPGs, and the game that I bought before that was this little indie game you may have heard of. It's called Final Fantasy. I played that for a lot of hours on my Game Boy Advance, and I kind of decided after a good number of hours of Final Fantasy that the next game that I bought wasn't going to be an RPG like that, because I didn't want to play another party builder. I just was tired of them and found them to be rather repetitive and not the most interesting to play. Like, I thought the story was fine, but like actually playing it wasn't my cup of tea at the time. And so when like given the option, I remember my friend was telling me to buy Pokemon, like, because I had a friend who had a Game Boy and he was like, yeah, get Pokemon, it's great. And then I was looking at Legend of Zelda and didn't actually know that Legend of Zelda the Minish Cap existed at the time. I didn't realize that yeah, it hasn't helped. I'll just keep this on. I didn't realize that they had, like, made Legend of Zeldas for the Game Boy Advance at the time. So I impulse bought the game that I wasn't planning to buy. That actually, like, is the truth, because, like, I was, like, very burnt out on Final Fantasy and didn't really want to play a party-building JRPG at the time. And that was the entire reasoning behind going with that instead of Pokemon. Sure, I mean, like, I mean, I don't. Those aren't turn-based strategies to me. Those are party RPGs, which is a different. Well, I guess it's more of a card game style of RPG, right? Like if you wanna be very specific, Pokemon is a deck builder. Which that's a sentence that I shouldn't ever say again. I'm sorry. No, like Pokemon for me, it's a turn-based. Like, I like a strategy RPG, but that's like Final Fantasy Tactics or like a Fire Emblem. Fucking hate the story in Fire Emblem, but I really liked the like a grid-based RPG of that sort, whereas the more, classic JRPG style, I guess, like, has never really been my cup of tea. So also, my like borderline satirical overthinking of things aside, Pokemon literally is a deck builder because Pokemon is a card game. So Pokemon literally is a deck builder. Well, I mean, like, if you want to talk about like the optimization of Pokemon games and like the actual quality of game that they're selling these days, that's a very different discussion altogether, I think. I'm going to reject Barony until this fucking project is done. I'm also going to throw in a bunch of tables because I haven't done that and should have done that a while ago. This is the laggiest I've managed to get a fort in months. Holy shit, it's powered. Not permanently, but come on. God damn. I mean, it's working. Uncle SD, thank you very much for upgrading that Prime or gift, whatever. Oh, it's a gift. I see. The gift that you got from Bane up to a tier 1. Appreciate you. So that's one of the holes. This is the other one. So if we get lava right there, that'll sort it. If we get lava right there while it drains, that'll sort it. This is periodically powered right now. But the drainage of the water from this cavern layer is slowing, and the filling of this cavern layer is slowing. Good God, man. It's a very real possibility. Okay, one half is sealed. It's a very real possibility that my own hubris could be my downfall here. Another section of cavern has collapsed. Holy shit, we've cleared it. Chat, we've cleared it. This spot here is gonna stop draining now. There's still this one over here, but that's unrelated and not gonna affect my setup. I just would like to get this side cleared off right here. And then I can turn it off anyway. So let's actually just pull this. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the continuation of that sub from Bane? It's very kind. Kind of SD. Oh, no, totally. I'm just being pedantic and babbling, and I'm kind of stressed and frustrated at this game. What makes you think I'm evil blind, Karasaki, in YouTube chat? But yeah, when we're talking about, like, insider community jargon, like, I'm well aware that Dwarf Fortress is full of that, and that I'm being a bit of a hypocrite. But I'm also trying to be funny, and I'm also trying to be entertaining. I've also been streaming for 9 hours and 51 minutes, and the game is lagging, and I really just... There we go, that side's good. Excellent. And I really just kind of want this problem to sort itself out. But, you know, oh no, don't you fucking start a new problem equal to the one that I just solved. You could. Actually, no, that'll be fine there. It's fine. Okay, so there's this over here draining. I could quite literally dig over to there and fill that one in. With just a single dwarf with a pump. Let's see if I can bucket brigade this. Why are we draining the caverns when we should be melting the glaciers? So a forgotten beast set some trees on fire, which started draining this cavern into the cavern below it, which then cut off my only real consistent source of water power that I'd set up until that point, which then more or less disappeared from existence, which currently is disappeared from existence. And in order... which, although now my power is like working more-ish consistently. In order for this to function, I need the water to be flowing into my water power supply. Yeah. Instead of down into the cavern below, and I didn't want to rebuild it, so instead I decided to just set it all on fire and burn it with lava and turn it all into obsidian to stop it from draining. I'm trying to protect the caverns from themselves, okay? That's what I'm doing. And there's still one more hole, which is over here. Because the lower level, where I could have moved to instead, has the annoying problem of it's entirely in an aquifer. Also, is that Forgotten Beast even still alive? I don't think so. At least, it's not on that level. So, there's dead fish everywhere? Geek2 Games, thank you very much for the 18 months. Chat, can I get a round of beers? But the good news is, this is all that's left that we need to dig out. So, behind the scenes, we are actually being productive. Like, this is all we got left. And then I can melt this. So we are fairly close to completing the goal arena. Okay, the Forgotten Beast is actually dead. Oh man, I actually thought it was completed for a second there. Man, when this works, holy shit. This pumps so much lava. It's ridiculous. Oh no, did I just... Okay, no, I didn't. I see, this is just fire that I'm causing. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just going to turn this sucker off. Is what I'm gonna do. How's the fort going? Oh my god, it's a disaster. Correct, Simcoe Steve. Accurate observation. Chat, can I get a round of Fs for the Firebird? Oh, that thing looked like a fucking Cheeto. 10 hours? Yeah, it's been a short stream. I mean, hey, you know, this is what happens when I take a break, you know? I come back stronger. Well, actually, no, I come back at, like, my normal strength, but I was, like, pretty beat up and burnt out for a hot minute there. You love the lava chicken? You love the lava chicken? I mean, I'm sorry that you lavaed the chicken, but it's good. It'll exist on in your memory, okay? You got this. I have faith. I mean, great timing, Spark of Death, if you're stuck in an ad. Excellent timing if you skip the ad. How's the Siege update been overall? Pretty great. I mean, the game is meaner than it's ever been. The game does give you new toys and tools to play with. Siege weapons are usable now, which does kind of inadvertently make some, like, Siege-related strategy, or previous Siege-related strategies, like, less viable. As in, like, you know, why would you bother... We were talking about this earlier, but, like, why would you bother making minecart shotguns now when you can just, like, not really worry about it? Okay, let's just deconstruct this. F for the burp. So we had a forgotten... Here's a TLDR of what's happened. I am trying to use the water from this cavern layer to power these wheels. But there was a forgotten beast in the cavern layer above that burned down a bunch of trees. Those trees then collapsed and broke a hole from the cavern layer above this one into this one. And then flew down into this one and then burned down more trees, which then started draining this lake into this cavern layer beneath it. Now, that would be fine on paper. Also, that was my gremlin trap. We caught several gremlins in it. Not anymore now, lol. And then that would be fine, but it was draining so quickly that I didn't have enough power anymore. It is still draining into this level, into this layer over here. Yes, over here. It's draining over here. Although this all used to be covered with water, by the way. It's also draining over here still. So I can solve this, but I should probably solve this after I, you know, finish what I'm actually trying to do. I don't even know what I'm saying. Let me tell you this. If you haven't played since before the Siege update, enemy sieges now bring master level soldiers. They're not to be fucked with. They bring better soldiers. They bring tools that can break your walls down. They bring battering rams. They bring, they give you more background in history. The sieges are more interesting. Their patterns are more unpredictable. They'll bring multiple squads, some that'll siege normally like they used to, and some that'll ambush. They do all kinds of things. Like, it is kind of a lot. I've lost multiple forts to sieges now. If you call me senpai one more time, I will time you out for the remainder of the stream, Guild with Style. Do I look like a weeb to you? Because if I do, like, well, that's kind of sad. And I'm very offended if I do. But quit fucking calling me senpai, you goddamn child. Grow the fuck up. I ain't teaching you shit. Quit appropriating Japanese culture on my behalf, damn it. But am I sleepy? No, not really. I am kind of hungry, though. I mean, it's only like 7 p.m., and I got up at 8. I haven't even been up for 12 hours. Just treat me like a human. An equal human. And you adding me with all this senpai bullshit just makes me go, you're not worth acknowledging like a person. There's very few things in this world that I am like actually vehemently against, but that kind of thing I do not like. You know, Spork of Death, I don't actually care that much. I just don't want to be called senpai. I really fucking don't care. Sure, but still, you could just call me a teacher, because I don't need you to do that. Period. I mean, if you guys just want me to end the stream now because y'all are being annoying, I will. I could just call it. I don't have to go this late. Sorry, YouTube chat's not helping. No, the fun fact is fine, but I just, without me getting into my bullshit life history, don't call me sensei. Don't call me senpai. Don't call me any of that shit. It makes me feel sick. That's why I'm sparing you the bullshit, Spork. Man, it's been a while since I've had a fort run at 25 frames a second. Has been a while. There we go. X's and O's, Geek to Games. X's and O's. You can call me Dwarfmeister. That I can work with. You know, I kind of feel like I should just start singing the... Who wrote the It's Not My Name song? Genuinely cannot remember. Now you're just making up German words, Claudizzle. Was that the Ting Tings? I don't think that was. Could be wrong. Yeah, once we get like past, I think it's around the 9.5 hour mark of stream, I end up in this like sort of bitchy, not annoyed, but like I go from yeah, I'll take some bullshit to nah, I ain't taking shit from nobody. You give me shit and I'll just throw it right back at you. Duck. And that's very much where I'm at, so. Let's do this. Just throw these in, doesn't really matter. Oh, come on. I'm not legally a professor, so that would be like, what's the term when, like, impersonate a ranking of or a higher rank official than you have the rank of? Not stolen valor. I mean, I guess I could call it, you could call me like a professor of like the School of Dwarf Fort or whatever, but I don't know. I try to not be specifically just a teacher. I think that, like, especially when it comes to Dwarf Fort, I think that that's far too limiting. I mean, if I was just a person who taught people how to play this game, I would be selling a masterclass and trying to convince all of you to come to my webinar. and not making cool hour-long story videos that just happen to have some how to play the game tips in it. I mean, sure. In regards to the research thing, I don't really think what I do is research, but... Okay, number one, Slorpaderp. Not a random person in the chat. The people that I'm talking to are people that are here a lot. You're the random person in the chat. Number two, I'm not blowing up. I've just been streaming for 10 plus hours, and I'm tired. And I don't like being called that. If you don't like it, okay. Oh well. I'm giving chat a hard time because it's what I do. I mean, find me a streamer who doesn't give chat a hard time sometimes. Especially after 10 hours of stream. Do you not, like, poke fun and mock your friends? Because if not, then, like, you need to get some better friends. Okay, we may have stabilized the water now. Because, well, we'll find out once this is done. This side's stabilized. There used to be, like, a command in this chat, which doesn't exist anymore, which basically was like, if you haven't been banned once, you're not truly a member of this community, was more or less what it boiled down to. Because I used to just ban people for fun, constantly. But when it comes to the senpai thing, for whatever it's worth, it's literally just reminds me of a person I used to live with, and I'm just not a big fan. Like, I just don't want that kind of jargon being used here. So every now and again, it's important to put your foot down if you need to make a boundary clear, and that's my boundary. Congrats, you found it. Hopefully now that you've found it, you can move on. Sounds like fun, tight, in the YouTube chat. Come on. How dare you? Probably because they all quit for mental health reasons? Quit streaming for mental health reasons? Or quit previous gigs for mental health reasons? I stream for mental health reasons. That should be plenty. So what's my current work order for drink? Oh, true. Yeah. No, it makes sense. Or just never looks at chat. It's one of the two. It's either you interact with chat or you, like, don't stream. Or you don't interact with chat and then you don't set boundaries. So is it literally just that one? Oh, true. Yeah. That's the actual challenge, is having people honor it. Well, let's work on this half first. How have I, like, managed to make this, like, not function, like, 3 times? Okay, hold on. Let me just deconstruct individually one of these, and we'll see if is there, like, one that's holding it up. Then also set it on this side. Folkar the Hungry. Thanks for tier 1. Appreciate you. Why don't you use Bulk Destroy? Because I don't like using DFX extra tools. I would like them to add them into the vanilla game. And if I'm sitting here and using things that don't represent the actual game, then it is entirely possible that I would forget to remind them, hey, you should make the game better in this way, by adding in this feature that would make the game better in this way. And I think that that's an important thing to do. Oh, that explains it. Crumble. Please don't drink every time I remake a mechanism, because you would be dead. Or, like, at the very least, not watching anymore because you will be passed out. That just seems like very poor planning and decision making, if you ask me. Okay, where is this friggin' hole? Okay, so right there and right there. Those are the culprits. So they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I drop a rock on it, that's not going to fix it. It's going to make it worse. Although, actually, I've got an idea. Right there. One, two, three. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're cooking. Let's plug some holes, chat. Okay, now that I've done that, I'm gonna go to you. Set all of this to priority number 4. Gently? No such thing as dropping rocks gently, but I will try. Could also just pump lava on it. You're having issues with Dwarven kids not going to emergency burrows. Well, there's no such thing as an emergency burrow. There's just a burrow. So if you're using DF hack and it's breaking things, that's not my problem. You remember your YouTube talking about how to set up a play area? Just set up a separate burrow for them and don't let them leave it. You could also try disabling chores. But, like, if you haven't set up a burrow for the kids specifically, and then they're not using a burrow that you haven't set up for them specifically, that would be the problem. Yeah, fuck it. Let's not actually cave it in. Let's just pump some lava over here, because I can do that pretty easily. Basically doing what I just did, but the difference here is I'm going to be starting from up here. And then the only one I actually need to deconstruct would be this one right here and that one right there. Then I'll need to put a doorway here. Would the lava mist from that high up? Lava being in midair causes lava mist. Full stop. Just like water in midair causes water mist. Although we don't actually have access to those Gabriel blocks, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know if I would say it's a given, but I would say it's not unlikely. Okay, so these ones are working. These ones ain't. So I think something I can say for sure is deconstructing that is something I need to do. Let's just use whatever's closest. We're going with rainbow water wheels. The fancy wheels. Misclicked. I think it's pretty safe to say that this side is the side we should go with. And I won't even need to manually dig. Because Dwarfy McGee over here is already on it. Just going to need to dig through this, and then we're good. This right here is going to be made into a Dolomite bridge. I'll connect this lever to that bridge. We just need Dwarfus here to go through here and do the whole thing. Absolutely not. No, that's unique to Water Mist. No, the only mood buff that they'll get from being on fire from lava mist is choking on smoke underground. Assuming they're underground. Otherwise, it'll just be choking on smoke. I know. Well, did I call it a buff? The only mood adjustment they'll get. How's that? It's not really a not really a buff per se. The only change in their mood that will be noticeable is not happiness. That's for sure. I think we got this, chat. We can do this. It's only mid-autumn. Time is moving at like a third of the normal speed right now because of the frame rate where it's at. But thankfully, I think I may be in the, if not the green, then at least like yellow. Uh-oh. Dwarfy, that seems bad. Maybe don't. Maybe don't. Okay, how about instead of, how about, yeah, you leave that, and we do this. Certainly, yeah. I mean, most minecart shotguns are actually using lava mist offensively. So that requires 370. It's producing not enough. Okay. Most minecart shotguns, when they fire mist, when they fire the lava out of the minecart, it just sprays mist everywhere. So the nice thing about lava mist is, well, actually, this is also the dangerous thing about lava mist, is your dwarves and enemies don't realize that it's a threat. So they just kind of like stand there going, "Da," while there's just like mist going all over them, which then makes them melt. So like the biggest threat to your dwarves with mist is that like they don't know to not walk around it. At least with lava, they try to walk around it. Like they know that it's a threat. They don't know that mist is. They don't know that lava mist is an issue for them. So yeah, any minecart shotgun is technically using lava mist offensively. You could also like get minecarts to skip over top of lava, which can spray lava up. You can also make them go up and down, in and out of lava, which will spray mist everywhere. It's kind of hard to do it with pumps, but I guess you could technically make like a lava waterfall, which would also expel lava mist. And since this is usually the next question people ask when we have this subject, no, you can... So remember I had a gremlin? I don't know what happened to it, but I don't have a gremlin anymore. It died somehow. Sag? Welp. That's unfortunate. I genuinely don't know what happened to it. But the gremlin died. No gremlin this time, no. I mean, if I can stop this cavern, these caves from flooding down here, I could probably use this as a method of catching another one, but is that what we're calling the guinea pig now? It's claimed a stoneworker's workshop. Must have bones. There's gremlin bones right there. What are you talking about? Let's do a whole row of alpaca because we got baby ones. You would then love a gremlin sculpture made from gremlin bones. Well, I think because gremlins are intelligent, like they can't be butchered, so it would have to be a very grim mood. So there's one there. And there's one here. Is there any other spots where it's draining? I know it's draining there. No, they're draining here. Then there's one right here. Happy to help, Megalodon. Sorry, seeing the little skull makes me panic. Literally, all I need to do is fix this drainage issue in here. And that's it. That's all I need to do. Is fix this drainage issue. 1, 2, 3, 4. Really? Okay, now it's producing 600. Interesting. Let's open you back up. Actually, no, let's not do that. Pause that. I'm just going to deconstruct this, and then I'll open it back up. I will say the most frustrating thing about this at the moment is just the frame rate being low. This is pretty frustrating. It's been a while since I've had a fort run this bad, but here we are. Here we are. First time in a while for everything. Just need this gone. Otherwise, we'll end up with a drowned dwarf down here, which, you know, would be, or a very showered dwarf, maybe not a drowned dwarf. Okay, well, that's getting started slowly. This dwarf's just like, I'm sleepy, I'm going back to bed. I'm well aware of who Iron Mouse is. Yes, thanks. But I assumed that they were referring to the time bomb as Iron Mouse, which would make sense if they watch Iron Mouse, although I don't know why you would. She kind of gives me a headache. Truth be told. It's a lot of squealing. Although that does tend to happen in that area of the content sphere, if you want to call it that. You have 1 water tile of input and 2 water tiles of output. It would drain faster now than the water could fill it. In theory, but I could also increase the input. It's more of a, I need power now and I don't really care. And I'm not going to get equilibrium currently. I can always block these up and fix it later if I need to. Right now, I need it to have power sooner than later. Probably turn that on now. Yay. Okay, I'm gonna do something, which might make some of you blink, but set these to blueprints. Let's just pause this. I just need these dwarves to all go get lunch because really need them to go get lunch. I also need to force harvest some plants. That's why we're running out of booze. And I probably need to make a bigger farm. Okay. Tell me when you know enough about to make memes without ever having watched her streams. I think you know more about her than I do then. I just kind of don't pay attention to a lot of what's popular within streaming. Mostly because of, like, most of it's not for me. You know, I like pretty low-key stuff generally. And I think a lot of the stuff that's popular is just for a person with a different kind of brain than me. Doesn't say it's bad. It's just not my kind of thing. Come on, dwarves. Let's get some drinks going. I've been too busy for a while. The population has gone up too much, so drinks have gone down too much. But now that the dwarves are all just hanging out closer to everything else, it's much easier for them to just get over here and do what I need them to do. VTubing's fine. To me, the actual issue that I have with VTubing, and I do have one, is I wish they didn't call it VTubing. It's just character streaming. Like, that's existed as long as platforms like Twitch has, or Twitch have. Just back in the day, people used to use puppets. Now people just use 3D models. Like, I think that's cool. Play a character if you want, especially if it makes you more comfortable. Like, do what you want to do. Be creative. Do something cool. What I don't like is the branding around it and the marketing. Like, it's the part where it becomes more like an idol agency. Idol agencies. That distresses me. Like, it's the management and business side behind it that bothers me. When it comes to VTubers. The technical term. VTubers. That's the actual thing that irks me about it, is, like, idol industries stuff already concerns me and bothers the crap out of me. So, like, combine that with an industry that I am acutely connected to. Yeah, it's not something I'm fond of, but oh well. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I haven't followed a ton of it, but I've heard of that stuff in passing. Spork of Death. It's kind of the same reason that, like, you know, the thing that irks me the most about my side of the industry as well is just, like, people getting taken advantage of by, like, marketing peoples. Like the whole Udi thing, which probably none of you know about. But, well, you might know about the Udi, but you probably don't know about the crud that happened around it. But personally, like, the aesthetic is certainly not for me. But then again, I tend to be on anime stuff in general, and that tends to be a lot of what that aesthetic is. Potatoes? I don't get it. Oh, I see. Huh. I see what you're saying. I get the joke. But, like, you know, if somebody wants to use, like, a 3D model or, like, a PNG image, or, like, you know, you want to create a model and use that to represent you instead. I mean, I have a mascot. Like, it's honestly, if I started streaming now, I probably would do something like that, because that's what a lot of people do these days. But when I started, the tech didn't exist, and, like, I don't know. This is just how I'm used to streaming. It's the branding and the agency stuff that bothers me. If people want to just go be creative, that's cool. What's up, Orc? How's things? How we doing, Orky Dorky? Uh-oh. I think I need more beds. It's their fault for moving in. Come on. There we go. Now we're getting proper amounts of drinks made. Not much further to go there. Not much further to go there. Quite a bit further to go there. I've just been live for almost 11 hours. I don't know. I've streamed this long. It's been a while since I've streamed this long, but there was a good chunk of my life where I used to stream 10 to 12 hours, like 6 days a week. And if you look at my view count, that'll explain in one reason why I don't generally go this late. Because a lot of people tune out. But I just really want to get this done. I really want to get this done. Eh. No, I'm unflooding the caverns. The caverns got flooded by something that I wasn't controlling. And I'm trying to unflood them. I'm trying to stop them from flooding. Because the water is going out of the cavern that I want the water to stay in. But, you know, if you're watching the stream and you have a Prime subscription, think about me. Maybe I'll stream this late more often. I won't, but maybe I will. And that's the other thing that I fucking hate. Is the fact that you have to specify. So No Spartan in YouTube chat says, most of the VTubers I pay attention to are indie and don't have an agency. That's the problem. 99% of the people on this platform are independent and don't have an agency that they're signed to. The vast majority. But why do you have to call them independent as if that's a unique thing? That in this, like, that is what irks me and bothers me about that entire side of the industry, is the fact that people feel the need that they have to specify. You have to specify that somebody's independent versus not. And that's what is, basically, it's the corporatization of a industry that I saw in its infancy. And that makes me sick. That's the problem that I have with this whole discussion that we're having. Spartan in YouTube chat, is the fact that you have to state that. That's disgusting to me, and I hate that. Basically, it's like, I've streamed for a very long time. You guys know this. I talk about that too often. I've done this for a very long time. There's always been, like, cliques, and there's always been, like, different friend groups. VTuber cliques and friend groups are more extreme to the point of it being one of the driving forces behind me just not interacting with anybody outside of very closed circles anymore. I used to be a lot more, yeah, I'll talk to anybody, I'll raid anybody, I'll go to certain places. Now I kind of don't. I stay within my niche because of how unwelcoming and how us versus them some of these communities have become, because you have to act that way to be accepted by it so the big guns notice me. And that fucking sucks. It's the thing that I've pushed back on as long as I've done this, is just like yeah, I don't know. Blech. It's gross. I hate it. But I feel that way for the same I feel the same way about like I used to collaborate with 2 different people. It's been a long time. It's been like 6+ years. One of them got really, really big on YouTube. And part of his contract with an agency that he signed with was that he couldn't... I'm not going to go into too many details, but simply put, it was like a collaboration thing where he had to speak German specifically in all the content that he did, and it completely fractured a group of people because, like, got a contract with a network that operated in the German language, and I don't even think he makes content anymore, but, like, broke up a whole group of people. Yeah, I've got lime bubbly. And, like, I don't know. I see that it sucks. I don't know. It just sucks. I mean, it's part of the reason, Tibbe, that I don't do sponsorships. Like, it's part of the reason I don't do corporate sponsorships on my channel, because a lot of sponsors, in order to get access to them, you have to sign contracts, which I know. It's the reason that I'm so proudly, like, crowdfunded. Even though, like, I'm well aware that I could make a lot more money if I wasn't. But I digress. The stream is the longest stream you've ever watched. You don't generally like watching streams. You like to pause when I step away. I mean, hey, that's fair. You could also pause and then play at double speed when you come back. I'm trying to do all of this before a fucking guinea pig dies. That's like the entire impetus for all of this, is I'm trying to complete a bunch of tasks before fucking guinea pig dies. How's this sucker doing down here? Actually, that's one up. Wild to me that none of those have flow. Yeah, the issue just has to be, like, this is the only place I'm getting power from. So this is considered flowing, this is not. And this will continue to be considered flowing, probably. So what I'm going to do is I could close you off, and that'll probably power up all of them. Guessing here. No, there is no ocean. I'm trying to turn this glacier on the surface into liquid water. That is entirely what I'm trying to do. Okay, that's done. And that's done. I'll get those done. Let's just forbid all these rocks and gems. I mean, not intentionally, but yeah, I guess this is quite literally the blazing glacier, or in this case, iceberg. Sweet. It's powering up more. what I wanted. So this will then power that, which, when ready, I may fire. You always mess up your pump stacks. I didn't even use metal for these. We used freaking nether cap, which I can't remember the last time I did that. It's been years. Time Bomb is 4 years old, still alive. Unless Time Bomb went and died in the last 2 minutes. Needs rough gems. Necron Tier gets to do the honor. Yeah, Nether Cap stays at net 0 Dwarf units. Okay. Oh, come on. Well, holy shit, that's going exactly as quickly as I need it to. But it keeps, like, cutting out power-wise. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back over to here. Because this is currently powered. I'm going to open this up again. And here we go. Let's see if this works. It's like it pumps until it runs out of power. And then it kicks back in. But when it kicks back in, it goes so quick. Holy shit, man. Because you should open up soon. Come on. Let some more water in. It's wild to me that these don't have power. You're so tired that you tried to drink mustard. Go to bed. I'll be here in the morning. Early winter. Well, good news is it's working. Slowly, but it's working. Frame rate hasn't gotten any better. Thought your stream was, I can be really still? Yeah. So can you, chat. I thought chat was frozen a couple times earlier today, too. It was like 3 minutes before anybody said anything. It's a talent, truly. Working on it, Orc Dork. You're on phone. Oh, true, actually. Yeah, then it's like likely that it's actually just frozen. Lava's about there. Lava's about there. Currently, the frame rate's just at 25, so it's just kind of a pain in the ass to like deal with anything. So I need this drain right here to get sorted. I need these two to get sorted. And I need this one over here to get sorted. This one will be first, I think. Here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, come on. That's the wild part, is I literally have to, like, keep this thing shut. Like, there's too much flow. Like, this isn't the issue. This is filling faster than this is draining. That's the issue. Good news is, here it comes. It's just that I need to seal. Come on up. Come on, lava. Just a little bit more power. There we go. Now we've got enough power. Just hold the power. See how quickly it fills up when we have the power. And then it drops down. This is DF hack. I have all of the overlays disabled because I don't want it. But as far as the frame rate is, it's right behind my head. It's like right here. I'll float for a little bit. Hallelujah! Look at that. That's where we should be. So that hole is right there. Just need it right there. That needs to just turn into obsidian, and there it goes. That's side number 1 done. So this is no longer draining into this cavern layer, which is going to help my frame rate tremendously. Then we've got over here, which is going to fill in these two. So right there and right here. There's one. This one's taking a little longer. We just need to get around it. Don't even need to get the thing itself. And then the last one is up here, which I think we've already filled. Yep. So it's just this one right there. Have I created a new hole? That would be pretty funny, actually. Actually, I think it was this that just caved in. Come on. That's the beauty of a game like Dwarf Fort, you know? It's done. We've sealed it. It's the beauty of a game like Dwarf Fort. Even if you don't like the updates, you can keep the older versions forever. I have a very simple solution to all the Chinese live service games coming out. Just don't play them. That's been my solution, and you know what? It's been working pretty freaking flawlessly. Just don't play them. Who cares what they're promising? There's other games. Lord knows there's other games I don't have time for and haven't played. Let's get the dwarves back to work. Okay, so I'm still at 26 frames per second, but let's see what pulling this plug does. Uh-oh. I like how I'm creating new problems while fixing them, and it's immediately resealing them. Like, it is burning through and melting new stuff, but thankfully it's also created a layer of obsidian underneath it, so it's not something I need to worry about, thankfully. Final Fantasy Tactics, you playing that new remaster, or are you playing a different version of it? You like emulating it or something? This feels really dumb, but I think I actually like the way to do this. To just make just a That's literally all I need. I'll just let that drain. I'm also just going to pause a couple tasks that I know aren't critical at the moment. Just disable a few tasks that I know aren't critical at the moment. Oh. The were-panda lady consort Iri Lorasmo has come, a large panda twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow blue. Its sepia hair is unkept. You will know why you fear the night. Why do I have a feeling this is about to be very, very, very bad? I hate when I'm right. Most of the dwarves are above ground at the moment. Literally came in from up here. So the biggest hope, also Lucky Bother. This is a really funny name for a Knighted Vaulted. What a name. The biggest hope here is that the dwarves just run really fast and it ceases to be a were creature. Run away there, dwarf. Terrifying. Dorothy, you may want to run. Okay, let's relock this. It's just standing there menacingly. Is that becoming like a running joke from that video? That was a line that I said. Or is that like me accidentally referencing something else? Because that's also possible. It's from SpongeBob? Interesting. All right, let's see if you leave, human. Well, joke's on you. If we catch you first, you ain't leaving. I'm gonna try and punch this lady off the fort, if they can catch her. The question is she friends with anybody of importance to us? No, that's fine. I mean, it's like either that or something awful. Making people run fast? Yeah, the dwarf needs to stop skipping leg day, that's for sure. Well done, Dwarf. Grim. Where did I... Oh, there it is. But we did it. So much Dolomite. Yeah. Dolo might be dead. I'm kind of amazed that the frame rate has actually gotten worse. It's making me start to think that something's stuck somewhere. But I'm just kind of hoping that my initial suspicion is correct. Let's move over here for now. Because this is all just trying to refill. Just make sure there isn't any drainage still happening down in here. Because I think, like, what might be happening is, like, this whole cavern layer down here is now just, like, kind of flooded, right? And it's all draining. There very well could be, like, a gremlin or something that's trying to, like, get through these caverns and can't because it's stuck. That is the most likely situation that's happening here, in my opinion. And if that is, in fact, what's happening, then it'll just be a matter of that water going away, and then this problem should fix itself. But, as with many things, I don't actually know. I'm just kind of guessing. It has been 11 hours? Yes, I've been on entirely too long because a lot of people watching have gone to bed. But, you know, it's good to be here. For the moment, at least. This one never gets power, so just nuke that one. I used to stream longer than this most days. So I do actually have the energy, and I'm like fresh off of a staycation. So, in all honesty, like I like streaming this long. I just wish I wouldn't have such a high drop off at a point. Like it very much becomes diminishing returns if I go this long usually. But thanks to those of you who are still here, still hanging out. I used to do a 24-hour stream once a week, which was very unhealthy, and I don't recommend anybody do that ever. In fact, I would recommend the opposite of that very much so. Fork got attacked by Bronze Colossus. You have Silver Warhammers, but I do a dozen Bolt Throwers. Killed Bronze Colossus with Silver Warhammers and 1,000 Copper Bolts. There you go. Swamp Thing Thang. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Yeah, no, I probably took years off of my life doing that. No. No. Man, the number of times I've rebuilt this fucking thing. Too many. Well, the good news is this thing's refilling. That's the good news. Where giraffe outbreak killed your last fort? I'm sorry for your loss. Right. Oh, hey, the frame rate's back up to 25. If you could launch Silver Warhammers from catapults? No, but you can launch them from minecarts. As long as it didn't break them. I mean, you can launch silver ore, I think, from catapults. It's kind of halfway there. If, like, the idea is to simply launch thing out of catapult, you can do that. How do I decide what guest I want to allow in the fort? I do a very quick and logical and hard decision of, am I willing to make clothing that size or not? And the answer is usually no. YouTube chat asked how I decide what guests I let in my fort. The answer is I don't usually let guests in my fort. I try to avoid having guests in my fort as much as possible, in fact. I will sometimes, but it's usually under extreme duress and much protest. If it's a Gorlak, it's allowed in my fort. But if it's like a human, probably not, unless they have a valuable book. Or, you know, are of use to me somehow. Bit harsh maybe, but it's the reality. Chat, how do you decide what kind of guests to let into your fort? Oh, also, for those of you who maybe missed it, I uploaded a new video to my YouTube channel this week, which I'm very happy with. I've had a couple people say it's my best video ever. I've also heard that on just about every video I've ever made, so I don't know how true that is, but people seem to like it, so. I'm not saying that like you need to like drop everything and go watch it tonight, but like, I don't know, maybe drop everything and go watch it tonight. And then leave a comment and the like, or just like, you know, put it on a monitor that you don't use and then like turn the volume down a bit and then just like walk away. That also is fine. I won't judge. You do what you want to do with your bandwidth. And that dwarf just got dropped down into there. Lovely. Good news is the frame rate's back up to 26. Feels good. On repeat, sure. Only a monster hunter when you know they will die soon? Oh, like if there's a forgotten beast running at your fort. All right, fine, join. If you insist. Die, the stupids. I respect that, Grift. It's like any monster hunters are welcome to join as long as they're going to die in the next 90 seconds. Although I will state that I generally don't have an issue with letting goblins into the fort. Mostly because they wear dwarf-sized clothing. Same with elves. I also don't actually have that much of an issue letting elves into my fort. Much to some of chat members' dismay. Because they tend to just kind of operate as if they were dwarves. They wear dwarf-sized materials and will wear dwarf-sized clothing and generally are pretty agreeable. And they'll use dwarf gear. So that, like, is a plus for me. And honestly, one of the bigger things that I care about, it's like, do they wear the dwarf gear? If yes, then yeah, usually I will just let them in the fort. What happened to the fort? You stepped away for a few hours? Chat, let's see how many of you have been paying attention. What's happened in the last few hours? Once chat starts picking up the pieces, I will fill in the deets. It's been a day. Good luck, Time Bomb. I mean, Time Bomb's ticking. Tick, 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 ticking away. So, basically, that's my thoughts exactly, mate. So, what happened was, this was how I was going to power the pump stack to fill this up with lava. However, while I was doing this, a forgotten beast made of fire appeared on the map, which probably would be fine under normal circumstances, but the problem was the forgotten beast made of fire started setting trees on fire in this cavern layer. After setting trees on fire in the upper cavern layer and putting a hole down into the lower cavern layer. Then once they put a hole into the cavern layer down here, which is in these spots, they started draining into the cavern layer beneath, which made my frame rate go down to like 10. And is now recovering slowly, it seems, but also just reverted, so maybe I'm speaking too soon. Then, here, maybe I can just go over here a little bit, even better. And then, I tried several forms of, like, stopping it, but eventually just ended up pumping lava on it, because that's usually the easy solution, which is always funny to say out loud. And now I'm trying to get my power-up run running with the frame rate really low while it's still recovering. Hopefully it recovers. So that I can drain some water into... Yeah, I don't even. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. That's all I got. I'm also mildly curious. If I just do that, what'll happen? Are they just gonna hit an aquifer? Probably, but let's find out. If the music seems like it's changing speeds, hit play and pause, your stream's desynced. It's just how the Twitch player works. Because it's sending you 2 separate streams, one for the audio, one for the video. It's how I can independently adjust the quality of the audio and the video instead of just being stuck to one, like I am in YouTube. But it does mean that sometimes the audio gets desynced, and it could be my fault, it could be your fault. It could be your ISP's fault. It's probably your ISP's fault. That's all good at Kenton. Yeah, if you just hit play pause, that'll almost always fix it. Otherwise, it'll fix itself on its own eventually, or you can just refresh the page. It usually does it as well. I'm lost. There I am. I'm real curious about what would happen if I just drain it this way. Actually, why don't I just go this way? It's closer. Excuse me. Man, voice is starting to fail. It's been a day. But this is what happens when I get glued to a project, you know? It's just like you just want to see it through. You just want to see it to a point of either completion or semi-completion. How's this strange mood doing? Terrible? Cut gems, bones. Yeah, it's bones. You need bones. Bones, bones, bones. I'm gonna butcher Militia Commander. Still only 4. I could actually look up his birthday, but who wants to spoil the suspense? The problem is I'm gonna need to go underneath this manually. And then down here is an aquifer, I think. There is a baby troglodyte over there. Any dwarf? You need to be in this too. Okay, happy dwarf. Beard or no beard? Tick, 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 black wins. Tick, tick, tick. You know, back in the day, I used to say, chat, if I'll stream another... The reason I used to stream so late is I would stream for 8 hours, and then after 8 hours, at the 8-hour mark, I would say, if somebody gifts 5 subs or something, I'll go for another hour. And I would just kind of do that, and that led to a point where I just kind of ended up streaming ridiculous hours. No matter. Okay, this is the one I clicked on. It's interesting doing a stream this long again without that. It's actually like a little weird. Like I just kind of ended up here. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and rarely feels discouraged and doesn't often feel envious of others and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and does not go out of his way to help others. He often feels lustful and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings and could be considered rude. He is trusting and he tends to consider what others think of him and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to describe his natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He exhales sharply when he's exasperated. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally feels that those that attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and is somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers and finds introspection to be a waste of time. Dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes stoneware and lead and onyx opal, avocado wood and querns and flasks and giant wild boars for their ferocious charges. And the words of the East Price and the sight of the play of rhymes, and when possible prefers to consume duck, herring, and bumblebee mead, and absolutely hates toads. Welcome to the fort. All right, that should get done. And this had exactly what I thought would happen. I'm actually kind of curious. Oh, man. That stings a little bit. Let's see if I can get this powered up. The thing that stings, I haven't even cleared the daily minimum for the day. So, not making minimum wage today on this stream, but it's okay. I do most days. So one rare outlier is an acceptable failure. I just have the sudden urge to make adventurers with personality traits based on people I know to see what happens. Let's go playing The Sims. That's what that is. I've played that game. Also, if you set them as outsiders, you can start them directly in your fort. You don't even need to walk them there. In year 3, it's been hanging around for a few seasons, and I need to get rid of it. Any ideas? You can cage trap it, I think. Unless that's changed. If it's like a normal dragon, yeah, you should be able to cage trap it. As in, like, a green, breathy, fiery dragon. So I would just cage trap it. That would be my advice. Oh, come on. That's frustrating. That Dwarfy McGee's just like, I'm gonna walk away here. But, bud, come back. I need you down in the drowning tunnel. It ruined the forest. You should be able to cage trap it. I'm sure somebody in chat will tell us right now if they're no longer cage trappable. So much wasted time, chat. I'll tell you this. I have 68 open emote slots. I'm good. Thanks. I don't generally take emotes from random people, even if like they're members of the community. Purely because most of my emotes were made by one artist. Yep. Still alive. Bert. And I kind of want them to fit the aesthetic. So I appreciate the gesture, but I am all good. Yeah, give it a save. Well, there is no pressure because I'm good. I have all the art I need. But thanks for the offer. Dear dwarves, you're being a bunch of annoying twits right now. That's the opposite of the tool I wanted. There you go. Wrong Bert. Bert. Go back to being Bert, Bert. It's fine. I won't tell anybody that there's another Bert. This is all still draining. That's nuts. It's actually kind of nuts. Cappy, Cavey, what's the diffs? Correct. Size is very much the difference, but who care? I guess. The real question that we should all be asking ourselves, Chad, is why haven't I made my farm plots a reasonable size yet? Like, I'm just kind of willingly not starving these dwarves, but like making my life of keeping up with drinks like obnoxiously difficult for literally no reason. It's like I could just like build a bigger farm, but I just haven't done it. Yeah, blame Firebeast and also the number of hours I've been on. Trust me, I'm blaming that Firebeast for a lot of things right now. One tile farm. So that one, I'll dig through 2. Would they just be normal capybaras? No, they would be giant cavies. Like, those are 2 different things. A capybara is one thing, and a cavie is a different thing. Okay, so you'll be able to dig through those 2. Would it be bigger than a capybara? So, like, an elephant is the size of an elephant. A giant elephant is like 100 times the size of an elephant. So probably not. It would probably be significantly larger than a capybara. I don't think you realize just how big the giant variants of animals in Dwarf are. They're like absurdist big. It would be the size of a minivan? Why a minivan? I'd say a full-size van, in fact. Maybe like a Boeing 747? Like a jumbo jet? Were-capybara? I'm pretty sure were-capybaras exist, don't they? I'd swear. Because they have a fair enough in regards to the potato shape. So you can store a bag of the appropriate seeds. You could do that. But it just wouldn't be, you wouldn't be able to have diagonal connectors. So you could have like this kind of shape. YouTube chatter. You could do like that. For the farm kind of style that you're talking about. Okay, this is the last one I need to worry about here. What I love is the fact that a donkey that is working for the elves can carry a giant elephant on its back as part of a trade caravan. That is actually like one of my favorite silly Dwarf Fortress things. Is like, no matter how big the gigantic creatures are, like whatever, it's the fact that like a donkey can just like carry that shit on its back. No care. Fucking power carry that shit. Genuinely the funniest thing. That's one strong ass, exactly. Talk about getting that ass in gear. All right, let's set this to lower priority. But get her done. Frame rate's up to 30. So progress is being made. Frame rate up to 34. 35. Dwarf, how dare you? I understand that harvesting plants is important, but like... Let's get a little bit of drink variety up in here. Here he comes. Come on, Dwarfy. Get this done. Don't even have that far to go. I need like 15 of them. I mean, we're at 37 FPS, which is like actually twice the frame rate we had like not even an hour ago. Yeah, we've been low on drinks for like the last hour, user in YouTube chat. Don't worry about it. That's nothing new. The beast that kept causing water to cave in and collapse was the main source of my anxiety. Like, we have water, so for all intents and purposes, they're fine. Like, I do have 4 dwarves brewing drinks. It's just kind of we're out of... We keep running out of plump helmets, but, you know, I've doubled the size of my farms now. How old is Time Bomb since we're here? 4 years old? Hang in there, Time Bomby. You better not die on your 5th birthday. I swear to God, I won't cry, but... in public. But I might once I'm done. Now this will also benefit us by not filling up the lower cavern anymore. Go, KV. If you're cheering for it to die, Bubble Page, come on. We're supposed to be on the same team. It's not a gerbil. You're gonna make its life be shorter because you keep stressing it out by calling it a gerbil. Why are you so slow? Like, the frame rate's actually higher than this. You're just going slowly. And as they're digging all the way through over here, we get to finish the fun. How goes the drainage down here? Holy shit, dude. It's wild to me that this is still draining. And all of this is still fucking draining too. Like, this is just nuts. It's like to the point where I'm sitting here going like, you know, the frame rate might get better if I like pumped a bunch of this lava over into here. And it might, actually. It just might. Is it that drainage that's killing me from it? Yep. To the point where I think I might just... Like, this is all an aquifer, so there's not actually that much I can do right here. I could try and do something here. I'm also, like, kind of determined to fix it. For whatever that's worth. Partially just to prove that I can, but... because I know that I can. I've fixed worse frame rates than this. All right. Let's see if we can power this sucker. Let's see. Let's see. Look how quickly that fills up. Oh fuck, I actually forgot about this. There's also this side up here. That's flooding. I'm sure this can't go wrong. I mean, rodent for president honestly sounds like an upgrade in comparison to some situations around the world. At least rodents are direct about what they want. Carrots. And lettuce. Let us eat carrots, and we shall have world peace. Don't let us eat carrots, and there might be an uprising. Now let's see if you draining will remind it that it is in fact supposed to be draining. I'm sure that if you like had enough carrots in one place, it would also probably make oil. So maybe we can solve world problems with carrots. I mean, I wouldn't trust rabbits leading anything because I've seen Watership Down. I know how this ends. God, if only it were that simple, YouTube chat. They said download my RAM. There's just like one more spot that I have to fix. But thankfully, if I can power this, I can fix it quite easily. Haha! Fucking finally. It's decided it has flow. Okay. Now that this is powered, and my frame rate just got worse. I'm gonna see. Actually, hold on. There's one thing I'm gonna check. I haven't done this in a long time. I'm gonna disable temperature. Unpause game. Nope. No, it's not temperature. That hasn't actually helped my frame rate since like version 30 something. But the good news is we have a lot of lava. Now that I've got a lot of lava, what I can do is I can fucking fill this up with lava. So this right here needs a bit of fire in it. Right there. This needs to be filled. So what I need to do is I need to go along this way. Do what I did before. You guys want to see if this thing works? Because I could tell you real quick, if it's gonna work. Let's find out if this thing works. Although first I gotta pause the game. I can't remember the last time I pushed my frame rate down this low, so let's see if this fucking thing works. I'm also just gonna like make sure I'm not like filling my fort up with lava. Paxmac, what up?
Hello Fairfolk Cryptwave, love your content blind. Can't believe it's been 3 years since I found the best corner of the internet.
My God.
I know I'm still a relative newcomer, but I have really enjoyed how honest and genuine you are as a creator.
Not gonna lie.
Thanks for all the good times at Blinderl and chat.
If you're still calling yourself a newcomer after 36 months, mate, you've been around for a while. You ain't no simple newcomer now. You're more like an old bean here, you know? Thanks for sticking around, dude. And thanks, Paxmac, for keeping that sub alive for 36 months. Let's see if this will fucking help. Because this drainage is all of this stuff draining here is the reason my frame rate is so bad right now. And I kind of can't fix it at the moment. It's all this water. Okay, let's see. Can we do this? Kiddo, that's not a safe place to play. Oh, wrong tool. Come on. You've been playing Dwarf Fortress for like 15 years or something, you haven't been here that long. Then, like, not that this is a bad thing, but like, you've disappeared for good chunks of time. Spork of Death. The reason, like, I don't think you're really a newcomer anymore, Paxmac, is like, this channel has been through several different eras of pretty heavy iteration, which have had very different audiences connected to them, and very different groups of people watching the stream primarily during those times. And in this particular era, is also quite different than the last one. So I do have to say that, like, just because, like, maybe in the current scheme of things, it feels like you're new. As far as I'm concerned, you've been around for quite a while. Because it's not super often that people stick around that long. And a lot, more people have left this stream than, like, out of the, I can go back and look at, like, historical subscribers, right? And I can look at the first 200 people's names. I've looked at the first 200 people's names that subscribed to me, and, like, 12 of them are still subscribed. Should we make a way to turn off the lava faucet? Oh, I have several ways of turning it off, don't worry. That's not an issue. I've got plenty of methods of shutting this down. All right, let's eject some lava onto the water. Here it go. Who ready? Who ready? Me ready. So hopefully this will deal with enough of the drainage down in here that I can finally have some increases in my frame rate. But it'll go down before it go up, and right now it's going down again. So much for my gremlin trap, hey? I mean, the obsidian is a side product. I'm just trying to block the flow of water here, because there's all of this water here that's not supposed to be here, that's draining, and that's the main reason my frame rate is as bad as it is right now, is all of that water. So yes, I am making obsidian, but that is a side effect of the actual intent here, which is just to stop the water. This kind of thing. That's the actual hope. And now let's see if we can get some more alcohol, because we're out of alcohol. It's actually kind of a problem. Good news is that those plump helmets will be pickable soonish. You know what? Screw it. Is there a forgotten beast in this cavern layer? I actually can't remember. I don't think so, because that whole layer is exposed. Okay. I'm gonna just open this up and do one of these. Although, like, nothing that's actually harvestable is edible, so who really cares? Not me, is who cares. So instead we'll wait. And thankfully I do have a water source, it's just down here. That's drinkable water. Everything's out of season. Time Bomb's still up. He's 4 years old. The silly thing here is I could actually just straight up turn this on and it would work right now. But I haven't due to hubris, mostly. Like, I just need to turn this fucking thing on. And just open the door. And it'll probably work. But I haven't, because I want my frame rate to be better. Like, on paper, I have all of the pieces just sitting here ready to go. I just haven't turned it on. I just need to turn it on. So I do have some plants that can be brewed. We're brewing plants. Just need that other farm to kick in. I really hope this actually works, instead of just making things worse in a different kind of way. It's more this side that I need it on, less this side. But this will help. If the lava can get all the way up to here, that'll be a good start. Hubris. More like hubris. Or like Bobby Grits. I did have a gremlin trap here. Not anymore. Now just full of obsidian. But if they can go across this, that'll help significantly. I don't think it'll fix it, because I think that's the only... This will be the only area that it's flowing. And right now it's sealing up this side. I'm also getting a really good idea, actually, of how strong this is. Like, this is some ridiculously fucking powerful obsidian. Jesus Christ. That is ridiculous. Actually, the amount of power that this has and speed that this is pumping at. Well, chat, it's been 12 hours, and I haven't made the daily minimum. We are $20 away. If you happen to have a Prime sub, help me hit that daily minimum. Regardless, though, appreciate everybody for hanging out this late. This is truly just me being determined about wanting to complete this. I'm flooding the cavern because, long story short, a lot of water is here that's not supposed to be, and my frame rate is at 15. And if I want the frame rate to go back up, I need this water to stop moving. So I'm trying to scream freeze at it really loudly. Freeze, criminal! Is what's happening. As you can see, that. So yes, I am making obsidian, but that's not the really intended goal here. The intended goal is to do things on the surface with the lava. This is not an aquifer, no. Chat, do you guys want to explain to Lord JJ? It's kind of it's a story. It's a long one. There's a lot of things happen today. Mind Trizzle, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Mind Trizzle? Helping me hit that daily minimum. It's just minimum wage for 8 hours, which means it's decidedly not minimum wage. Because I've been live for 12. As of right now. Man. If it could get all the way up to here, that would be lovely, and it looks like it will. It does look like it will. Gilladab. Thanks for the 5-pack. It's very kind. Am I? Wow. Weird. I didn't know. Zavi? Shh. Don't tell anybody, Jobney. I mean, actually, to be completely honest, I don't really care. I'm mostly just, like, getting to that point where you stop making sense in your own head when you're talking, so I'm just trying to say words that make sense to me. It's been a long day. 7 a.m. Waking up in the morning. Happy Friday. Neo Spartan in YouTube is going to bed. Here's hoping we can dam all of this water. It won't make the price of RAM go down, but it will turn this water into a dam. Not that this water is going to stop spreading, but maybe it'll help. Meanwhile, up here, we're making progress. Dwarves is digging. We actually have booze again. Moods are shockingly good considering only, like, 24 dwarves have bedrooms. If that. I've failed multiple demands for guild halls. Oh, I was waiting for that to happen. Our second death of the fort. Strange mood that I just kind of couldn't be asked to actually sort out. Risen has passed away. Rest in Dwarfs. Where was I putting those coffins? All right, up here. Can I get I don't know, some Fs for that? It's a big shame, if you ask me. It's a big sad. Somebody gift Spork of Death a sub so they don't need to see that. You know, I've said this before and I'll say it again. The best thing Twitch could do is just allow people to gift Turbo. And if somebody buys Turbo, give the streamer like $1 that they're watching at the time. Like, just give us a portion of Turbo and let us give us a reason to upsell Turbo. It's genuinely like the best thing Twitch could do. Although all that actually means to me is that they must just make more money selling ads than they would in theory off of Turbos, so they just don't bother. That's actually probably the reason. So Sag. Sodell. Rest in peace. All right. Progress is being made. Water is being drained, I think. This is still a problem zone, but it's less of a problem. This is most of it. I'm just gonna wait until it crosses this. And then I'll plug this side and move it up, which is actually going to be pretty easy to do. In fact, I can start preparing for it right now. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a wall across here with whatever blocks, maybe not Gabbro. Build a wall across, and then just go up one layer to right here. And literally just, like, channel this water in. Paxmac, thanks for the 2 gifted subs. 100 total, holy shit. We're getting there, making some progress. Damn close, even. That's a big fucking burning mushroom right there. Come on, dwarves. And by dwarves, I mean lava. Chat, can I get a couple beers for Paxmac? So, I've rewound my brain and got some energy back. The reason there's a bunch of lava down here. There was a Forgotten Beast made of fire that was on the first cavern layer. It caused a tree to collapse, which then punched a hole down into the second cavern layer. It flew down into the second cavern layer, which is completely flooded. It then set more trees on fire, which collapsed, which then drained it down into this cavern layer, and there's a bunch of enemies in stealth in this cavern layer. There's gremlins, and there's also presumably giant cave spiders, among other things, most likely. And then that started flooding, and then the frame rate went down to nothing. That's what's happening. So that's... Oh, hey, a Minotaur. Which is a giant humanoid monster with the head of a bull. I haven't seen a Minotaur in a while. Thankfully, however, Minotaur has discovered Yeti. Yeti has discovered Minotaur. I have discovered Door, which I shall lock. and hope that Yeti can stop the Minotaur. I'm on Team Yeti. Let's go, Team Yeti, Mr. Scalded. He's got 18 kills, though. No fucking around. Oh, man, he's jumping. Chasing the Yeti. The Yeti no bound. Run, Mr. Yeti. Mrs. Yeti? Run, Mr. Yeti. No, Mr. Yeti. You made it 113 years. Although, he is tired. The question is, can you learn? You can't learn combat. You can, though. Legendary Observer? Holy shit. That's some skills, man. Completely covered in his own sweat. Scratching and punching, mostly. The thing is, this is an Untamed Wilds map. So if he kills the Yeti, which he's about to, or she kills the Yeti, don't look beneath her nose. That's rude, chat. If she kills the Yeti, that's going to allow for the wandering in of non-Yeti large creatures. Come on. How are you still alive? You're not breathing. Like, this Yeti doesn't have much left. The only thing it's missing is a Han Solo crawling inside of its corpse. You know, like, or actually, what was it, Luke that climbed inside of the corpse? I think it was actually Luke that climbed inside of the corpse. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. Giant polar bears? God damn, I hope so. I haven't seen any giant ones. I have seen polar bear men and normal polar bears, though. Then, since then, this Yeti's just been hanging around. Han shoved Luke inside the corpse. Right. You can breathe again? Oh my god. That's actually kind of crazy. Hold on, I'm just gonna pause the fight for a moment, because I would like to try something. Okay, so you there, perfect. I'm gonna just pop up to here real quick, and I'm gonna set this. Okay, what's done there? Not much left. It's just all this. Let's just go up to here. Set all these to blueprints. Set most of that to blueprints. Okay. Let's go back to that Yeti. Oh, you got him. She got him. Now the question is, what will enter the map now? Something will. A tauntaun, yeah, that's what those were. And in fact, I did think that those smelled bad on the outside, now that I think about it. I myself thought that. Original thought, do not steal. Down here we have, it killed it actually by strangling it to death. That Yeti was my friend. They'd been here for quite some time. I shall never forgive you. We shall melt the surface and turn you into a drowned Minotaur, potentially. Or not. That's also possible. This is fine. I feel like I may have taken a problem and made it into a bigger problem. Do you ever have that feeling where you're just like, I have a solution for this problem? And then instead of actually coming up with a solution for said problem, you just make a significantly bigger problem? Because I feel like I do that a lot. Especially when I'm playing video games like Dwarf. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do, actually. Game's just lagging. Pause game when you go to do thing. Keeping it real since 2.7.5. It was when 2.7.6 he showed up, but... Maybe we'll get the fam of bear people back. Nothing crazy just yet. Time bomb check. Time bomb still up. 4 years old. So brave. You know, it's kind of wild though, because the frame rate is actually like as bad as it is right now. If this was not actually that much older version of this game, this would literally be completely unplayable. Wouldn't even need to go back that far. Is this cleared? Yes, it has. Haha, meaning that can drain now. Excellent. What is powering the pump? You don't see an axle? But do you see a rose? That's the real question. You wouldn't see him, but you might hear him because he sounds terrible when he sings. No, over here. You mean like this in asking? This area? Like this kind of thing? Because that's it. Trees burning. Steam rising. Trees burning. That's what we're looking at here. And there it is in ASCII. I mean, it's still going to drain over here, but a lot less of it is going to have to move through there. Holy shit. We've filled up like half of the cavern. This is just going to become a big-ass magma pool down here. Like, this is just going to fill up completely. This is just going to become a pond of lava. Wow, we're actually draining this? Okay, that's absurd. So this is a lava chute. And we're actually draining these lava chutes because of how much lava I'm moving with these pumps. That is what's happening right now. We are actually like... Wow. That's actually absurd. Did you turn off? Okay, no, the frame rate's
Hello.
just that low.
Happy to continue my sub.
Sub,
I
Zoom
had to
Zang.
lurk because schoolwork crypt beer.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the 40 months. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the 40-month-old subby? Appreciate you. Here come the dwarfs. Nice and slow. You know, every time I get my hopes up and think, oh, hey, look, the frame rate's improving, it goes back down to where it was. Totally fine, don't need to worry about this. Now I just need to hope that no dwarf is dumb enough to lock themselves out there. But this is now doing exactly what I need it to do. You will now drain down here, which is also what I need it to do. And then we're gonna see if this fucking thing works, chat. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna see if this fucking thing works. once they're done digging out all this. So what do you think? Do you think this is going to work? Keep on expecting the KV to be found dead. Too white? You might want to squint, Zalvi. Or actually what you really want to do is turn your monitor brightness down, because that's just going to kind of keep happening. And there's not much I can really do about it. Good thing is the alcohol supply is going up a little bit. All right, dwarves, let's see if this works. Now's when we find out. Anybody stuck behind? Well, sucks to be you. You know what? At this point, just head inside, dwarves. Thankfully, I'm not making this problem worse for myself. It's already about as bad as it's going to get. You know, I wanted to do something different than what I've done for a while. And I gotta say that this certainly is different. Maybe not in the way I was expecting, but it certainly is different than what I've done recently. If I could put lava over there, that would also solve some problems, but... Alright, are you still powered? You're still powered? Alright, dwarves, you got 90 seconds. Chat, I need a bunch of lava. Because that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be putting a bunch of lava underneath a glacier and cackling maniacally. Actually, no, there's one other thing I'm going to do first. I lied. There's another place I need to seal up. So, before I put more lava beneath the glacier and cackling maniacally, I need to dig over here, channel into that, and just stop this draining, because this is the other problematic area. Thankfully, this one's really small. Now that I've also got all these things powered properly, this should go really fucking quickly. Watch the time bomb die while I'm here. In the final stretch. I should actually just do that lower side. That'd be better. Didn't really think about it. So I'm just going to channel down into this once this is cleared. And then that's going to eject a bunch of lava into here, which is going to stop this from draining. I mean, I'll tell you this. I am almost out of brain cells for the day. I'm going to seal this up. And then I'm going to pump lava onto the surface. I'm going to throw my hands up in the air and say, fuck it. Four years. Flappy Bar. I don't. Why are we? Is that like Flappy Bird but with a capybara, Elfie? By the way, speaking of Flappy Bird, have you guys seen Flippy Bird? It's a port of Flappy Bird, but you play it on a